and that would be pretty accurate, but it's probably good to have 2 or 3 different instruments. We did one on a table. Um, we did one on a wall that's at an angle, with a dial at an angle. Um, and they're all accurate. They're all saying the same thing. But at the solar noon, you can call it equinox because it forms like a tet. It's the solar noon meeting up with the equinox, and it will every year. It's done it every year, never failed.
Well, heck, you ain't too far. What part of Oklahoma? We're in Kansas.
Oh, you're in Kansas? I'm down here in the Wichita Mountains.
You know where that's at, baby?
I'm over here in the Boston Mountains.
No, I'm out here by Medicine Park.
I have no idea where that is.
Is that the west side of Oklahoma?
It's southwestern Oklahoma, yeah.
Okay. Because we're actually looking to move, and we've been looking in southeast Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas.
I'm about 50 minutes from Wichita Falls, Texas.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, you way over there. Never mind.
Yep. But I'm north. I'm north of Wichita Falls, about 45 minutes to an hour. About an hour.
Okay.
Hour drive north. Yeah.
Darn, I was going to say we can just jog down there for the day and see how you do it.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be quite a jog.
Oh, yeah. But it's interesting. Just go out and do it yourself. And another thing we've done is I've taken cameras out because I do, and I haven't done it in a while, and I'm probably pretty rusty, but I do a lot of editing, video editing and stuff like that. But if you'll take a camera out and get a tripod and mark, where your tripod legs go, set up a camera. And on that equinox, you can, get on a good flat plane where you can see the sun setting. But you can do a sunrise to a sunset and do a moonrise to a moonset and have your tripod set up in the same place, and you'll see it go in the fourth gate. It will exactly land right in the same spot as the sun does.
Yeah, that's actually
It's amazing.
Yeah,
I've done it.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I've done it, and I'm telling you, it's right on. It'll land in the same spot the sun set. The moon will.
Do you have a pattern?
Excuse me?
For the equinox?
Yeah, I've got it all mapped out till 2050 something. I don't even have to look at the sun. I know when it's going to be, and it works out every.
Is that something you would be open to sharing, or?
It would take. Well, it's on a Excel sheet. It'd be kind of hard to. Well, I could probably put something together.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'd love to see that. So,
and then go out.
Then go out. This year will be 320.
Yeah, it's going to be 320. You bet. It'll, yeah, March 20th.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet it will. It was the 19th last year.
I was just wondering where the 21st would come in.
It's happened on the 21st.
How many times?
Oh, gosh. It's happened a couple of times since I've been doing this.
You saying the equinox is on a different day sometimes?
Oh, you bet it is. You bet it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you decide?
Excuse me?
I was just saying that's what lines up with what we're saying, because last year it would have been on the 19th.
Mm-hmm. It'll push forward a day and sometimes 2 days. Yeah, well.
And that's
it's always going forward. It's always going forward.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is their sister Erin and a couple other brothers as well, and they've been tracking the equinox as well.
Oh yeah.
They always track it on like the 20th.
No, that's false.
It should. Yeah, this is why, there's quite a few of us here that do have sundials and so forth. I know Marissa does.
Well, I
So
got a couple of people in New Jersey with equatorial dials. I mean, they're high dollar instruments.
Yeah,
I have
is
I have
that
a question for the guy that's speaking, the one that knows about the equinox.
So
You were saying you were saying that equinoxes change.
they
The
do.
question,
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you. The question is, if the equinoxes change, meaning
Are
1
you
year
telling me
it's
it's on March 20th every year?
no. Hear what I'm saying, please.
Okay.
If it's on March 20th every year,
It's not.
or excuse me, if it's on March 20th 1 year, and the next year it's March 21st.
No. It's not like that. No.
Okay,
No.
can you
No, I'm not
clarify?
saying it's going to go March 22, March 23, March 24. No, that's not correct. It'll be
No,
around
that's not.
19th or
No,
21st.
that's not what I'm saying either. What I'm saying is, if it is on 1 year it's March 20th, and the next year it's March 21st,
No,
the
no,
the, the
not always.
no, I'm not saying every year. I'm just saying
Okay.
hypothetically. We'll just say hypothetically, if this year it's the 20th, and next year it's the 21st, where does the extra day come from?
The Now the March it's not going to be on the 21st in 2026. It's not going to be 21st.
That's why I said hypothetically.
Yeah, it's not going to be.
So I understand. What I'm saying is, okay, let's do this. In March 20th of 2033, it is the equinox. Hypothetically, the very next year it's on the 21st. Where is the extra day coming from, if you know?
Well, the extra day, you got because the solar cycle is not the calendar. Your solar cycle has nothing to do with your calendar. This is where people get mixed up. They think the solar cycle is the calendar. And I tell you what, if you don't have the solar cycle and you don't have the calendar and the priestly order don't line up, you're going to miss it. You're going to skew the whole thing. And a lot of people don't understand what the priestly orders are. And they don't know how they're supposed to line up. And they don't know what the oaths are when it's talking about it in the Mishmar Oath Scroll. They have no idea.
Yeah, that's actually what I was discussing earlier.
Yep. They have no idea. They think they can just do Enoch. I've seen it. I can go back to 2011, type in Zadok. There was nothing there but one little item that came up about the Queen of England or something. But you can type it in now and you got, golly, I never knew it'd be a mess like this. But now you got 20-something Zadok calendars and 50 Enoch calendars. And I'm going, oh my gosh, this is a mess. It's a mess.
Yeah.
And people just won't go out and do it themselves. They want to look at Stellarium or some kind of program, that some man's program. Go out and do that and take it off of that instead of going out and doing it for yourself.
What do you recommend as being an accurate and affordable tool to?
Now, I have uploaded some plans earlier, if you wasn't here, that you could cut out one of your own and make one of those dials. That would be one instrument, but I would say get 2 or 3 instruments and then have 4 or 5 people with the same instruments doing it at the same time you do it. Now, their solar noon is not going to be according to your solar noon, but when their solar noon comes, they'll be able to tell you when it is. Okay? Do it like that. That way you've got many witnesses to prove it.
Yeah, that was actually our exact plan.
Yes.
This year.
Do that.
Because
just to get stuff off of the computers and stuff, I don't trust it. Those are man-made programs. What my Father put up in the heavens, it doesn't lie.
Yeah, I agree.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I agree with that too. That's why Stellarium has always been kind of, I've always been kind of nervous going off of that.
Yeah, me too.
But I just like you were saying, all these different people having different calendars and everything, which is why it was so hard for me to. It is, and this I can't relate enough that that's why the Zadok priests were in charge of it, because if you let everybody be in charge of it, everybody's going to have their own opinion. That's why the Zadok priests were the sect to protect
Yes.
the calendar. That's why there was one group that protected it, and that everybody else followed their instruction because they are the ones that were appointed to by Yah.
Yeah. So
That's correct.
how does the priestly cycles fit in?
Oh, well, it's a layer. It take me hours to explain it, but it starts. The oaths are Shekinah Gamal, Shekinah Gamal. Those are your atot. That's your atot. That's what it's talking about. You have to have Shekinah Gamal, Shekinah Gamal, and it runs in a 294-year cycle. The priestly order is a 294-year cycle. But anyway, it would take forever to explain it. It really would.
Yeah, Marissa looked at that and it wasn't really coming up. She was going through the data and she was seeing that it wouldn't happen every 294 years. It goes out of sync.
With the moon cycle.
Oh, I wouldn't go by the moon.
Yeah, with the moon cycle, it doesn't match for
No,
294 years.
I don't think it would either.
Okay, so how do you use the priestly cycles with the sun? That's what I want to know.
Well, you're going to have to find out what priests are on at a certain point. I mean, you've got your First Chronicles 24, where you have your priests, which are the same priest in the scrolls, as you know.
Are you happening to see like a 6-year pattern with the equinox
Yes.
by chance?
It's a six-year cycle priestly pattern. You bet.
No, but I mean with the equinox, are you seeing a pattern of 6 years?
No. My pattern's a little different. It goes, 6, 5, 5, 5, 6. It's different. Sometimes you'll have 366 days. Sometimes you'll have 365 days. But that's got nothing to do with the calendar. The calendar is not the solar cycle. It's not.
Yeah.
It is not.
364 day cycle.
Is the 364 is the calendar.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like
6 is the solar cycle.
yeah. And so that's what we're saying is, there is the solar cycle and it would mark, the equinox.
It will, but listen, it's calculated. It's calculated. I'll never have to go look at the sun. I'll never have to do anything else. It's done. It's done. You should never have to do anything. What if, listen, we know in Enoch that they're going to leave their stations. The sun's going to go wacko too, okay? A lot of things are going to start happening. Everything's going to go chaotic when they leave their stations. And we're going to need to know, and that's why he's been telling us all these years to go ahead and calculate it. Calculate it out. Figure out when it is. Yeah, and you'll know by the sequences. And that way, if something happens or the earth shifts or whatever happens, we don't know. But when that happens, you'll know. You'll still know when it's supposed to be. Because a lot of things will happen where you won't be able to do it anymore. That's my opinion.
Well, I'd love to see this pattern that you're getting yearly since you started observing the equinox. I'd love to see that.
Sure. I'll tell you
Me
what,
too.
I'll write out a deal and then take your instruments out there. But the gentleman that was on just a minute ago that was asking about how do I do that? I've uploaded some plans where you can build one of your own. And I would suggest if you can weld, do it out of steel and not out of wood, because it will warp, and you're going to have to make sure your pole's straight up and down and that angle's pointing right to the North Star, or you're going to be off. And then you're going to have other instruments also, like an equatorial dial. It's like 2 round circles. And like I've sent a deal to Jeremy about the armillary. The armillary. That's the whole picture of creation, your armillary. It's the whole picture of creation.
Yeah, that's what Sister Aaron uses as well.
Yeah,
And on the record.
yeah, it's amazing. Take one.
Could you send that? Could you send that again in the chat?
Jeremy, do you know where that's located? In there where you could repost that? I think I sent it directly to yours.
Oh, I see it right here in the chat, actually. Oh, that was from Marissa.
No, I think I sent it to your personal one. Because I don't know what you like to post there, so usually I'll send it to you first out of respect, because you might not want to post that to something else. I don't want to confuse anybody.
Yeah, I forwarded it. I just shared it right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the instruments Sister Aaron uses as well.
Yeah.
And you know that's what we're saying. You know, it's the marker in the heaven that's going to mark day 4.
Sure.
And it's going to be the equinox.
Sure.
So we just know that that's going to be day 4. Like if we were on a desert island somewhere, we lost count of days, what it is, and so forth. We got a stick and some rocks. You know, we can track the equinox. We can know, hey, this is going to be day 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with what he's saying?
As far
What he just said, that the equinox is going to be day 1?
I think, well, I don't want to get into a big discussion about it. I might do mine a little different, and I don't argue with anybody over how they do it. Okay? And I still get along with my brethren regardless. I've seen too many fussing and fighting over it that just separates and divides, and I think it will divide. Light and darkness is going to divide.
Well, yeah, that's great, but like I understand all that, but I think that we are all willing and open to hear anything at this point and change our beliefs if it actually works out. So as of right now, we are under the understanding of day 1 being March 20th every single year.
I disagree.
Because okay. So you disagree because you saw it, and I would love to see proof of that. And I would also want to understand the priestly cycles. And I want to, just tell me. I would love to have another discussion now or tomorrow, very, very soon, of how you go through it. And my other question is, did Jerry Morris understand everything?
No, he did not.
Oh, okay.
No, he did not.
Okay. Got
No.
it. So this is kind of new.
He made mistakes. And we all make mistakes.
Well, yeah. Well, we all just have a very humble heart. I'm willing to test everything. I think this whole group is willing to discuss.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
We don't.
We just pretty much laid a foundation, and we saw it, and I could see that there was a calendar in Enoch. I could see that there was a calendar in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's just like it was a big download, and we just laid a foundation, but we've built upon it since then with many other things, and we were wrong in some things, but we laid the foundation, put it out there, and it took off. But then it got so distorted. So distorted. We took so much persecution over it. It was ridiculous. But anyway, that's when if you put stuff out on like YouTube, stuff like that, man, just disannul the comments is your best bet. Just put it out there and let the seed fall where it falls. And if we ever made mistakes, or I had to get on there after Jerry had passed and say, you know what, we made a mistake. And I would rather say I made a mistake than to let someone continually watch something and think that's truth. I'll never do that.
Yeah, I'm really curious to seeing what dates you're getting. I have so many patterns for the lunar cycles. I'm wondering if they'll sync up anywhere, because I'm seeing
get away from your lunar stuff. It's not going to work.
Yeah, but you're saying that there's a 6-5, 6-5 kind of pattern.
That's a cycle for your equinox. Okay.
Right, but the moon makes a lot of those same patterns too.
Yeah, but it's on a crooked path. And if you have to go out and look at the moon at night, you're probably, don't you think when he separated light from darkness, he did it for a reason? You don't want to be a part of that. I'll just warn you. But you do what you want to do. That's your choice. But I got totally away from the moon. Now the moon has things to play. It does land in the same gate every spring, every fall, into those gates that it tells you, and it is a witness. Twice a year it is.
I would 100% agree with that because that's what I was noticing too.
Yep.
It's when the sun and the moon are
They
right.
sit in that same gate.
Yeah.
They come out the same. They come out the same gate, and guess what? They go into the other gate, and it'll land right where the sun lands. The moon will every year. I've done it. I've filmed it. I've tested it myself, so I know it's a witness. I wouldn't disregard it and say it's not anything. I mean, it is a witness, and it has its purpose, but not for days, months, and years. It don't. It won't work. I've tried it. It won't work.
To me, it sounds like the moon is because it says it's a witness for seasons, but it ain't talking about the moed. It's talking about the seasons. And you have two equinoxes. You have one for the warmer months, and then you have one for the colder months. That's two seasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got one in the fall, and you got one in the spring.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and it
you got
tells
two
you
equinoxes.
What you fixing to be planting. You fixing to get a lot of rain, no rain, what? You better have things in order. Those are the signs, the witnesses that he gave us.
Well, this is the first year we've done this, but I know it's 91 days that you plant in the winter up to Aviv 1. This is going to be another thing that just hits it home. But we're going to. There's 4 of us that planted barley on the same day in the winter. Because you plant your barley in the winter, and it comes up in the spring, and the barley will be green in the ear. That'll be 1. It will be. So we're going to see if that works. We haven't tested it yet. So,
are you planning on March 20th being a Beeb 1 or no?
No, it'll be your equinox. But anyway, it's kind of like a sign. Here I got a sign.
Yeah. Do you think the equinox happens before the first day of the year? Is that where you're going with this?
Oh, you bet. Yeah, you're going to have you got the sign. You've got a sign. It's kind of like let's say I'm traveling to Tulsa, and Tulsa says, okay, you got 89 miles to go before you get to Tulsa. That's a sign. It's saying, warning, warning, it's coming. But anyway.
Sounds like you've researched this a lot. I really wish you would kind of walk us through it, like whatever you found.
Well,
I mean, what I need to do, I'll tell you what. This is what I'll do, because I don't like to get into a lot of discussion over it, a whole lot. But I will put out a deal for the next up to how about 2030, when every equinox hits and you go out and test it and see if it's right.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. I mean, this is my first year testing it. I mean, you've been doing this all these years. This is my first year testing it, so I'd love to see what you got.
2011. Yeah, we've been since 2011, so, and with different instruments. So it's good for 4 or 5 people to have the same instruments all over the United States. I don't care where you're at. Do it, and then about each other. That they got. And it's happened all along. It's never been wrong. So then you got 2 or 3 witnesses to establish the truth. You got more, you got 3 or 4 instruments, and you got 3 or 4 people. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, look at this group right here. I'm sure there's plenty of us that are willing to go out there and test that this year.
Sure, do it.
Yes.
Do it yourself. Yeah. Go out and do it for yourself, because that's what's going to increase your belief and faith, because it's right. You got to prove it to yourself. And when you're going off somebody else's information and you didn't do it yourself, you kind of go back and forth. Like you're not so sure. Well, you hear this and you hear that, you hear this and you hear that, and you're like, man, it's confusing. Just go out and do it yourself.
exactly my plan. That was a lot of our plans,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we see all the conflicting information,
Oh yeah.
and
There.
we got online telling us one thing, we got brothers and sisters that have done it saying another,
Hmm.
and we got others saying others. So
I
it's like,
know.
all right,
I know.
we got to do it. Just do
Yeah.
it for ourselves,
So
Yeah. Get out, do it yourself.
so you're saying that the equinox, whatever day it is not a B1?
Not according to my calculations. No.
That's what I've seen in Enoch. To me,
It's
when
it's
I'm
like
reading
it's a
Enoch.
sign. It's a sign. Listen, it's a sign. It's a
Yeah.
sign. Yeah, it's coming. You've got every time a prophet did something, he always warned them that something was coming. And when he tells you something, he's telling you this is a sign it's coming. Okay? You can't just think about this. And I've had discussions over it. Okay, when you raise up the tabernacle, if they did it on the first day, you know how long it'd take to raise that tabernacle up? So evidently you could say, well, okay, if they did it on the first day when they raised up the tabernacle, which it says that that's when it will happen. But the first time they erected it, I'm sure they left it up and then they knew when it shone through the temple or the tabernacle that, okay, there's our sign, there's our equinox. Okay. And it shining through the gate and through the top of the hole is two different things too. And it was shine on different. I just don't want to go into a whole lot of it. Take me forever, and I don't want to confuse anybody.
I'm sorry. So I'm looking at this principle that you're sharing, and one of the things that I learned is the evening and the morning, the dawn and dusk are the dividers, and what happens one day announces for the next day. That's my understanding.
Yeah. You're going to have something happen through the gate in the morning, and then you're going to have something come through the top of the hole with the tet on the top at solar noon.
So you got two witnesses, not just one.
Correct.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be on the equinox? Because it would shine straight that whole day, so it would be coming directly, like when it's shining through the gate and it's coming overhead, and then it'll shine like directly through the center.
Well, think about this. If your equinox is on that day and you need two witnesses, then if you're to fast that day, what would you do? Start at solar noon on your second witness coming through the tabernacle?
Yeah, that's why, morning important as well, I think.
Yes.
Like you would have to track it that whole day, for example, because, on the other days it's making that curved line.
Yes.
And so to get that curved line, you'd have to track it, throughout the day.
Sure. Yeah, it's gonna bow. It's gonna bow any other day, even before. It's a bigger bow. If you went back a week, and then the bow gets smaller and smaller as you get to the center point of the equinox day. And then if you go past it, the bow's going to have a slight bend, and the further it goes the other way, it's going to bend even more. Yeah. Yes.
So that's kind of what I was trying to explain, I guess, because when it's rising right there in the east, and it's going to shine directly there on the Holy of Holies. But then as it's coming up, it's going to shine directly through the center hole on the top as well.
Yes, sir.
Because it would be that straight line path. So
yeah.
Like technically on all the other days, you would only get like that half beam of light, or like, for example, at the top, if the sun was slightly off, you would only get like basically what we see in the moon, when it's got the slivers and so forth.
Well, that tet on top, when it comes through that dome, it's a sign of the signet ring. It's the stamp. He's stamping it, saying, "Yeah, this is it." And then then the priest is going out and telling the people. Well, it depends. It depends, and it would take. What I need to do is just put something on writing for you, and then and y'all just have to go through it. For me to sit here and explain it all, I'm going to have to go through priestly orders and all kinds of stuff, and it's going to take a long time.
So is it always
It's
the
pretty
day after
simple.
the
It's pretty
equinox,
simple.
or
It's pretty simple when you see it, and when you put layer on top of layers like an onion. When you put the uh, solar cycle, the 365 and 366, and then you put the 364 calendar on top of it, and then you put the priestly order on top of that. You got 3 witnesses.
That's what I've been writing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, you got 3 witnesses.
I was
Yeah.
just
If your priestly order gets out of sync, you're screwed. Okay. And that's why their priests came in on certain times and certain days. And they shifted out on a Sunday. I've heard people say they did it on a Shabbat. No, they did not. The Dead Sea Scrolls said they did it the day after the Sabbath.
so I'm just wondering, what's your starting point on like year 1 of the priestly cycle? Is that like the day after the equinox, the day of the equinox?
It all depends. It all depends. And it won't be the same every year.
So what I go off of is what 4Q324D is saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
It's that newer scroll that was found.
Yes.
But it's saying the Tekufa is on day 4, which the Tekufa is going to be, the
The
observation.
equinox.
Yeah,
It's going to be the equinox. You bet. Yeah, I agree with you.
So that's why we're doing a calendar this way. It's because that's what the sons of Zadok are saying. They're saying, hey, the equinox is marking day 4, basically.
Look, I sent you an example. I want you to count it. Okay? I sent you a picture of the null day. Okay? You got that, right?
Yeah.
Count 364 from your equinox to the next equinox come this year. From 24 of that equinox.
Yeah.
The next equinox, and you tell me what you came up with. You tell me you're going to come early before 364.
No, I know. It's going to add up to 365. And that's exactly what we're talking about.
You're going to be off. You're going to be doing your 364 in the winter. You'll be a couple of days off. But anyway, just count it from equinox to equinox and see if you get your 364. You're not going to get it.
Yeah, no, you're going to get 365.
That's right.
That's what I was explaining. That's what the divider day is compensating for each year. That's what's going to keep us on track with the day 4 being the equinox. And then the March 16th, that's going to be the equal day and equal night. That happens in Israel. But that isn't so much the selling point. It's marking day 4, and then when you count backwards from day 4, it's going to be March 16th.
Yeah, your day 4 will be day 1.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as the year goes. But if you look at that equinox to equinox, I don't see how you're going to come up with it. But
yeah, because the divider day, it's not day 364 and it's not day 1. It's just day 0, so it's good.
Okay, but you'll be 2 days. You'll be 2 days ahead of the next equinox, 25.
No, because the one after that's supposed to be on March 20th as well.
That I don't know. I haven't looked this year. I just have to go back and look at my sheet.
So, because what you were explaining earlier, how you found it landed on March 19th last year.
It did.
So that's actually lining up exactly with our calendar, because last year would have been that extra day that comes in, which would bring us. So it would happen on March 19th, but then we have that second divider day that comes into play every 4 years. So it would start the monthly count on March 20th.
Yeah, I just don't know how people can say, well, the equinox happens on March 16th and we count 4 days and it'll always be March 20th. That's not correct. Equinox will not always be March 20th.
Yeah, that's what I was just explaining. Like when it falls on the 19th, that's the marker for that second divider day. Yeah. And that's when we add. So the equinox will fall on the 19th. It's just that second divider day comes into play. So it's moving the head of the month to the 20th, which is going to mark day 4.
Okay.
So basically what you told us is kind of proving what we were saying correct. But I do want to see the rest. I'm interested in knowing what the pattern you have for the equinoxes, because it's something we're all just starting to do as well. Because exactly what you were saying before, we're going off different brothers and sisters information and programs, but we want to just do it ourselves just to see.
Well, I sent you that sequence.
Yeah. No,
And
I got it.
that's how it's going to be within a 6-year sequence of the priestly cycle. That's the sequence. Now, when you have a 6, you got a leap year. You're going to have a jump day. So
yeah, exactly. That's
yeah.
It's these days. It's the days that they do exist. Like
you'll have a 366. You'll have a 366 leap year, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we're not refuting that at all.
That's every 4 years or every 6 years?
Every 4. Every 6 years it'll come back to
that's
Gregorian Saturday.
That's right.
Because of that extra day. That also with the priestly cycle.
Can you repeat your answer? My apologies.
So yeah. So it's going to be every 4 years, because that 0.25, 4 quarters equals 1. You put 4 quarters, it equals a whole. So every 4 years, we're going to get that extra day, or that 366th day.
But you said something about the 6th day or 6th year, I think.
Yeah, and every 6th year, it's going to line back up with like the Saturday again. Like this year, it's Saturday. And 6 more years from now, it'll be on Saturday again. And it's because we get there's that 1.25 of the solar cycle, which is the excess of the sun and stars. That's what's causing. That's why it's always around. It's going to be always around March 20th. That's the whole thing. Like, there's days it's going to fall on March 19th. Things like that. This is why we're wanting to count it ourselves, or do these observations ourselves as well.
Sure, that's what
I
would do.
Question: you were talking about how sometimes it falls on March 19th.
Yeah,
it did last year.
I'm not disagreeing. So if it falls on March 19th,
okay. What were you determined?
I know about the 0.25 times 4, but what I'm not understanding is, if it falls on March 19th, wouldn't that be Tekufa Day 4?
Let me ask you something. How did you determine your equinox last year? Did you get on the computer and look and see what the scientific stuff said? Or did you have instruments out testing it for yourself?
I didn't test it. I looked it up online. If I did.
I know. I used to do that too. Till I found out they were wrong and lying to me. I'll go out and test it for yourself. That's my whole solution to people going wrong when the equinox happens. Do it yourself.
Well, the question is
go to Stellarium, mytime.com, all that. Listen, just go out and do it yourself.
I'm not in disagreement.
Excuse me?
I'm not in disagreement.
Okay.
What I'm trying to understand is, on the years when the equinox falls on the 19th.
It did last year. Not according to what NASA says, not according to what the others say. No, it did not.
Wouldn't the 19th then be the 4th day, first day of the year?
No.
Not according to me, no.
Yeah, not according to our method either, because that's when the second divider day would come into play. So we're using one day each year, because it's going to be, it's quote unquote the 365th day, but it's not counted. So it's just day 0. And it's to keep, day 4 lined up with that equinox. And then when that 0.25 will add up to another day in 4 years, that's when the equinox is going to land on the 19th. So that's the second marker to say, hey, this is where we're putting in the second divider day, which is going to put day 1 of month 1 on day 4 of the week, because that's when what we're saying is the equinox is going to mark day 4 of the year, like every single year. Like that's it. It doesn't matter how many days are in between. Like the equinox is always just going to mark day 4. And, that's according to the Dead Sea Scrolls in 4Q324D. And it's always saying that Tekufa is right there on day 4. So that's our reasoning, and that's what keeps it aligned to these markers and signs in the heavens that, Yahuwah gave us. That's our reasoning, because, we don't see adding 7 days every so many years. I mean, we do see these like 6-5, 6-5 patterns. We see all this interesting stuff. And we are searching diligently to find the truth. But what we also got to remember is, 100%, I don't believe Rome or the synagogue of Satan has kept the true Sabbath. Like, they don't have anything else correct. I don't believe they have the Sabbath correct. Like, yes, it can fall on a Saturday, but I believe Yahuwah numbered the days, didn't name them for a reason, and it's because, and we can see through a lot of scriptures, especially in Enoch there as well, when it's talking about the 2 portals, and it's showing, the sun is shining in the face of heaven, and then it's going into the great 4th portal in that same way. It's just a lot of things that can allude to it. And if we're wrong, we're willing to be wrong. We want to test everything out just to make sure. This is what actually got us to this point, testing all this stuff out and, trying, because everyone wants to, use the priestly cycles with the moon phases and slivers of moons. And we're over here saying, like, this can't be correct. Like, why would they make observations of the moon when they have Jubilees saying don't do these observations of the moon? So it can't be going off a sliver moon or a full moon. It has to be going off something else, And that's why I truly believe it's going to be when the moon is rising and setting, exactly where the sun is rising and setting. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with the specific phase of the moon. It's just when this rising and setting occurs at the same time.
Yeah, you'll see it go through the same gate, same position it'll land.
Yeah. And these
I
are
mean,
the
it's
important
not
signs.
hard to tell they are the same circumference. So
Yeah. Oh, precisely. Precisely.
Yeah.
It-
It'll land
and
and it'll rise out of that same gate, sun and moon that morning, and
Yeah.
it'll land in that 4th gate. Every equinox, every spring equinox, it'll do it.
Yeah, and that was interesting. That's what I was just about to ask. Because you were saying it happens every equinox, like the
You
spring
bet
and
it.
fall one.
Yeah.
Like at the
Now,
same time or on the same day?
No, you're going to have to go out. The moon's going to set at a different time the sun will. So you'll have to do one on one day and one on the next day. Yeah. You'll have to go out that day, that evening, or when the moon's doing what it's doing, and then the sun's going to do what it does on the next day. So yeah, you'll see it.
It's basically the witness, so it's like following the leader,
That's right. It'll do it. I've tested it myself. I hadn't gone by anybody else's stuff. I get in trouble when I do that.
Yeah.
Angel, I just posted a picture on the group chat of it's just a little quick hand drawn thing. And
Say
I want
again?
y'all to look at it, make sure I'm correct. But to me, it's how I explain that quarter of a year being added every year. And then we have the 366. So we have the 364 counted for our calendar, right? But then we have your sign day and or division days, as they're calling them. So when you add a quarter every year, you're going to have quarter, and you have 4 quarters, you have a whole. So that's your 366 year. So just, if y'all will, just look over that little scratch that I drew.
Where did you
And
share
I
it?
think it
Where
explains
is this
it.
at?
On that, which one was it? Where y'all put, oh goodness, I think I put it on the wrong, I put it on videos. Yeah, I did. I put it on the wrong thing. Y'all want me to move it? General discussion one? Is that what y'all want? Or I have no idea. Yeah, the general discussion of that other group. I'll put it on there too.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the, what is it, the YAHUAH calendar discussion, I posted a video about the 2 YAHUAHs. If you look into it, it actually answers some questions that I have not seen answered elsewhere, but it makes perfect sense, especially if you look at the verse that says, hold on. It's
The
where
Aleph Lamed as being one.
no, where Yahusha said, Holy Father, keep them in your name, which you have given me, that they may be one, even as we are one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's more discussion about the 2 Yahuwahs in the Tanakh. That might be of interest to you guys. Anyways, the Mary, where did you share those plans at, or the discussion thing?
It's under, goodness, I am so not used to
I
Telegram.
think it's in the
It's
it's in
under
the other
the, not the YAHUAH calendar, but the YAHUAH, the blue picture, not the one with the menorah on it, the other group.
yeah, it's
And under
the
general discussion.
yeah, the discussion excuse me, discussion notes, and then it's actually under the PDF section, the plans. I'm looking at it right now.
My
I
little
just
chicken
wanted to make
scratch.
sure. But yeah, I see it.
Okay, maybe you can tell him where to find it then, because I don't know where I put it now.
Yeah, so you're talking about the one you shared, yeah. So that one's in general discussion. The plans that Lee shared are going to be in the PDFs section of that same group to make your own handout. So
Yes,
let me
thank
read,
you for
let me
those
read
that
this.
I've already
Yeah.
downloaded.
Yeah, I'll try to put something together for an equatorial now. It won't show you the time. It'll just show you when the equinox will hit.
Yeah.
I've got a friend of mine's got a pretty cool one up in New Jersey. Pretty neat.
Yeah. So what you got there, sister? You know, every 4th year it's gonna have that 366th day per se. And that's gonna be when the second divider day comes into play for us. So
Yeah, that's what
basically,
when he was asking about how that quarter come around, that's how I explain it to people.
yeah, that's exactly correct. That's how I try to explain it. I guess my words don't come out as my thoughts see it. But how we begin our years is going to be what the sons of Zadok have written down from what we can gather, from what's not fragmented, and so forth and so on. But especially in 4Q324D, that's where it's laying out the entire year, and there's a lot of it that's not fragmented, so it's a good majority of that scroll that's still there. But it's always saying that the Takufas are going to be marking day 4, and that's every 4th month. You know, when it's going to start in the 4 seasons, it's always going to repeat, just like the first month does. It's always going to be the same layout as month 1. So
I
it's going to
agree
start
with the
on.
layout. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. So what? Yeah, the layout, that it's perfect. It fits everything. The problem is the intercalation. That's why there's so many differences. There's so many of these different styles of the Zadok calendar, and it's the
Right.
same layouts. It's just when they are choosing to intercalate, or why or how. But what we propose, and what we can see through scriptures as well, is there is this divider day that happens every year. And even with I think it's 319, talking about the sabbatical years and so forth, it's a continuous thing. Like they didn't intercalate like a week, or they didn't intercalate 7 days. It's just always this same kind of cycle, you know. And I believe it's because there was no Wednesday, there was no Saturday written down in Genesis or Exodus or anything. And when Yahuwah says, I gave these signs to mark this day, it's not saying to wait until a Gregorian Wednesday to line it up with a Gregorian Saturday. I believe these discrepancies are in there to hide the fact, the solar year, it does come out to 365.25 days a year. But regardless of all that, no matter when or whatever day you may think it is on the Gregorian calendar, there's always going to be a marker for day 4, and it's going to happen 4 times a year to show, hey, this is when day 4 is. That's what I truly believe, 100%. There's a lot of scriptures that we've shared. Not everyone has to agree. This is why we're presenting it. We're open to discussing it more. But all reasoning says, Rome would not keep the true Sabbath. We've shown the Sabbath day can be lost in Lamentations. Right there, the Sabbath day was lost. There's signs and markers to keep the Sabbath day in Jubilees, chapter 2, especially. Even in the Testament of the 12 PDF that we were reading through today, it's showing, hey, look, the sun and the stars are going to be bringing in the years. Look for these signs in the sun and the stars. It wasn't saying, wait for this to happen and then go to a Wednesday. I just don't see that. I truly believe, even though some say, oh, it's adding like an 8th day into the cycle and you can't do that, you can't do that. But the thing is that it's not a day that's counted. It's just a 0 day, like a null day. Like it means nothing, not counted in time. That's why it's just dividing things. So it's just resetting that cycle, 7-day cycle at the head of each year. And it's according to the signs that, we're getting in the heavens. It's not according to like any man-made calendar or their thoughts about it. And that's all we're trying to do, and we're trying to follow, I'm not bashing on anybody who wants to keep the Saturday Sabbath, We're not supposed to hate anybody for things like that, of that nature. We just truly want to keep Yahuwah's true Sabbath. And there's a lot of things that are pointing to, it's not always going to be on a Saturday.
Very well.
I think. Go ahead.
I said very well said, Jeremy.
Thank you. And
Hey,
it's
with us trying to determine what days for the feast and everything, because he has to turn his schedule. Um, the one thing that is a stickler for us is to not interrupt the seventh day cycle. And it seems, maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but it seems that with the equilux being a divider day, that is, I don't know, maybe I'm saying it when compare one day a year seems to interrupt that 7 day schedule versus adding a week at the end is still adding 7 days, and it does add up to 7 days when you consider when you're adding in the leap year, that there is
yeah, no,
a
I get
7
what you're
days to
saying.
be added in. Yeah, so
So
that's our concern.
so
It's
I
not that I
understand that.
disagree with what
Yeah.
you're saying. That is a very big concern for us. I mean, that's one of the main things that drew us away from the lunar cycle.
And so yeah, so the lunar
Yeah,
cycle
you
they
can't
do
break
theirs.
a 7 day cycle. You can't do it. You're breaking Genesis. I can't do it, but anyway.
Yeah, so that's the thing too. It's not breaking the cycle. It's a day not counted. And also what we're finding is, these 4 different heads of the months that Noah ordained as festivals, they're also considered Sabbath days as well.
Yeah.
We went over that a little bit last week,
I think you
which
have to
showed.
think about it like this, really quick. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I don't want you to be a broken record, but maybe think about it like this, Lee. So, on our Gregorian day weekly calendar cycle, my birthday was, February, or I'm sorry, like just say it was Friday the one year, and then it's Saturday the next year, and then it's Sunday the next year, and it goes all over the place, okay? That isn't a 7 day cycle that is
No,
consistent.
the Gregorian will never be 7 day. I don't go by the Gregorian calendar. I know that's the
No.
solar cycle. I know that's not anything to do with the calendar.
So that is exactly what the Gregorian calendar does, though, Lee.
It is the solar
Um,
cycle. Yes.
It's not the solar cycle. It's literally just
I
an
don't count
inconsistent.
sevens from a solar cycle. I count sevens from a calendar, not a solar cycle.
Yeah, but when do you start the year?
Well, I don't want to get into a big.
No. All you have, it should be just one liner. Give me the chapter and verse, what the way that you start your year. Like, I could do it really simple, but it's not, it shouldn't take you an hour to try to prove out the first day of the first year. It should be very, right, Jeremy? We could do this in about under 10 minutes.
Yeah, all we're trying to do is just walk it through scriptures and show through
Right.
scriptures how to do
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Yeah. It should be so simple. A child can understand it. And it is. We see the equinox. That is our day 1. Guess what? That's day 4 also of the week. So we do 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. That's our first Shabbat of every year. And everything is lined up perfectly throughout that cycle. And it's untouched. And every single year, it's
Can I ask
going
you?
to be... Wait, could I finish my sentence? This is the second time you interrupted. Thank you. So this is why it's so hard for me when people interrupt, because I lose my train of thought. But okay, so then the next year, everything is going to line up. So, in Facebook Messenger, you actually have, this happened last year, and this happened the year before that, and they all turned out on different days. That doesn't work with his cycle. So when his cycle happens, every single year is going to be the same day consecutively. And that was my hook, line, and sinker for this calendar is the consistency of never changing. So every year I could look back on the same day and it's going to be the Shabbat, or it's going to be Passover, or it's going to be trumpets. That is unchanging. That is of Yah. That is the Elohim I want to follow. And so if you just take some time and go through that and go through how we have established that the first day of the year to the last day of the year, and how that day zero fits perfectly in line with everything, I think that you'll be able to see, but you have to be, willing and able and open to be able to go through and walk it out, because it does. It lines up absolutely perfect and it keeps everything in sync. That's what I love about it. I'm sorry, you could continue.
I just got one question for you, and I'm gonna leave it like that.
Okay.
Okay. If your equinox starts on day one,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's day one. I want you to count from equinox to equinox and give me 364 days a year.
So, you can walk this through.
Then you're going to start your next year on an equinox. I want you to give me 364.
So that's what we were explaining before.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Here, I want to see 364 days in it. I can't see it.
Because
if
in
wrong,
listen. Okay, here we go. So in the 365.25 day year, okay, there's 300.
Okay, but if we're going to start a year on the equinox, okay, let's just push the solar cycle aside for just a second.
No. This is important.
Let's do a 360. No. I know it's important. But if we're going to say year one starts on an equinox, and we roll around to the next year, and we're going to say on that equinox starts day one, then give me 364 from 2004 to 2025 and show me how that works. We
have walked through how that works many times throughout our conversations.
Okay.
Jeremy does a great job at doing that.
So it's a day. It's not counted in the year. It's not counted in the weeks. Not counted.
So if you're going from equinox to equinox and you're calling it day one, it's just 364 days. You can't take away from the 364. Now you can do that on the solar cycle.
We're not.
But if you're going from an equinox to an equinox on a 364-day calendar with the solar, just pushed aside for a second. If you're going from equinox to equinox, saying day one is equinox, to the next equinox, and that's how you're going to get your 364.
No, you can't push the 365-day away. That's what brings it all together.
I'm just saying, if you're saying the calendar, I'm not saying throw the solar cycle out. We got to have the solar cycle, okay? But show me if your calendar is going from equinox and then the next equinox, it starts day one. Show me that there's 364 days from that equinox to the next equinox is your day one.
Yeah, you need to understand creation week and when that starts on the equinox.
No, but I'm saying if there's 364 days in a year only, which it says, show me from that equinox, if your equinox is day one, to the next equinox to day one. Show me that there's 364 days in that from 2024 to 2025.
So
I can't see.
The misunderstanding is, right there in Genesis 1, it's that void of time before time, because we know light is marking the start of the days.
Well, I agree with you. And I believe that's Messiah coming forth on day one.
Yeah,
I think you get it.
I agree with that as well.
Great. Awesome.
But we have to realize, light is signaling the start of day one. So before that light came into being, we see all the things that are occurring.
Yeah, but if an equinox happens on the fourth day, and you say, okay, I understand what you're saying. I know day 4 is day 1. I
Yeah.
understand that.
So,
I
so we have
understand
to.
that.
What we're saying is we got to account for this amount of time before time that existed, which is
Okay,
what's
but if
coming
your
into
day
play.
1 of the year, if your day 1 of the year starts on an equinox, and you go from equinox to equinox, and you're saying there's 364 days in a calendar year, show me how that works. From 2024, from March 19th, carried over to March 20th of this year, which the equinox will be on, and tell me there's 364 days in that year.
So when we take the last Sabbath of the 12th month, which is going to be the 28th of that month, marking the last day, the last 7th day of the week, we're going to get that
Yes.
0 days. That's not going to count. It's going to be the divider. We're
Well,
going to
that's 0
experience this
day
day.
on the solar cycle we're pushing out.
So if we go
Yeah, I
from
understand the 0 day pushing out on the solar cycle.
So if we go from March 15th of 2024 to March 17th of 2025, we're going to get 364 days. That's the calendar, because you have to have the divider day there. It's a day
But if
that's
you
not
start
counted.
from March 15th, that's not your equinox. And if your day
No,
starts
that's
on an
gonna
equinox, and you got 364 days in a year, and you're
at
going from
day
equinox
4.
to equinox as your 364.
Lee,
Not
respectfully, you're not listening. You're just regurgitating. You're not listening. You're just regurgitating. And I would
No,
kindly,
I understand.
please,
I understand where you're coming
listen
from.
to what Jeremy is saying. Please.
So what we're saying is the weekly cycle is resetting right there, because March 16th, that's the equal lux, which is true equal day and equal night. And it's the day, equal day and equal night happens in Israel, literally right there in Israel. We know Israel is an important place because that's, the chosen land he had everybody go to. Like, yes, it's defiled now. It's taken over by the usurpers. We're not arguing that, but it was an important location, and it still is an important location. It's just defiled at the moment.
Sure.
So when we go off that's going to be the equal day and equal night Enoch is speaking about. But then we have to take into account, the sun, moon, and stars are made on day 4. This is what's keeping the track of the count of months. And so when we have the last day of the week, which is the 28th day of the 12th month, it's just always going to be that way. We're going to have that divider day, which is going to separate the yearly, weekly cycle. It's going to restart that same cycle again, days 1 through 7. So then 4 days after that equal lux happens, we're going to get day 4, because that's when the Tekufa is going to happen, the equinox. And we know that they kept track of these things because of the sundial and all of the Dead Sea Scrolls. A lot of them talk about, this is what's marking day 4.
Okay, so you're saying your equilux is your day 1 of the year as your 364?
No, that's the divider day.
It's a divider day, so we'll have day 364, then we get day 0, and then we get day 1.
And hey, so also we have to remember that in Jubilees too, okay, this is kind of what helped me understand the Gregorian versus Yah's calendar, is that there are certain days that are unclean days. They will never, ever, ever be a Sabbath on certain days that certain things happened on. Those days are set aside for being either when deception happened or when judgment happened, or you name it. And things don't move on Yah's calendar. They stay the same because everything is a perfect cycle. You have dividing all the time that's happening. And the 17th of the second month is one very specifically. I mapped it out on the calendar that Jeremy had set up and realized that Sabbath will never, ever, ever fall on the 17th of the second month on this calendar. And I don't know, I haven't seen any other people's calendar and deciding that, but on the Gregorian, you know, what days have we been honoring as holy days when they were profane, and what profane days have we been honoring as, you know, vice versa. And so it really kind of helps you determine that means that Yah's cycle never, ever, ever, ever will move, because there are certain days that are kind of like set in stone. Like they are written on the heavenly tablets. Like his feasts, it said they're written on the heavenly tablets. It's not movable. They're set in stone. I don't know if that helps anybody, but that's just.
Yeah. It's basically, it has a set order to it. Is the thing. So basically, what we're just proposing is we can find, and we can walk it through scriptures how we do it. We can find, you know,
I
these
just
days.
say everybody do it to their understanding that Abba gives them. That's what I say.
Yeah, I agree, and I think
Yeah,
that goes along with what Paul said. You know, we shouldn't judge each other on when
that's
they're.
right. That's right, brother. That's right.
It's not, we're not hating. We just truly want to seek out His true Sabbath, and we believe that He
Sure,
is truly the way because of
sure.
what we walk through scriptures. Like, sure, I get it. There's a lot of things that may be difficult to understand and so forth. Hey, Shalom. Oh, Greg. Sorry, your camera turned on. It caught me off guard. Did you have a question, brother? Maybe not. Sorry.
Does he know he's on video? That's funny.
Yeah, your camera's on there, brother Greg.
I can see your head. Oh,
Yeah,
and he got off.
it caught me off guard. Um, yeah, like I understand there's things that they're difficult to understand because, you know, basically are being brought up in Babylon, and you know, our way of thinking has been thrown off from what Yahuwah's way of thinking. And, you know, there's divisions of the days, there's divisions of the weeks, of the months, of the seasons. So it only makes sense that there's going to be a division of the year as well. And we do see that. And we know there's a lot of verses missing. There's nothing that's going to, you know, be in any book that's going to say exactly how to intercalate and exactly when and why. And it's because I think these people, and we all know who I'm talking about, the ones who control the information, the ones who this information has been in control of, you know, they're hiding these things. So all we have is these little breadcrumbs to go off of. And when we put them together, you know, we could start to kind of put the puzzle together. And we just want to go off what scriptures is saying.
Amen.
The Gregorian is a man-made calendar. The Hillel calendar is a man-made calendar. We know Constantine and Rabbi Akiva and all them were working together to promote a deception. You know, Rabbi Akiva deceived all the Jews and the Israelites and so forth, while Constantine deceived all the rest. And they formed, you know, quote unquote Christianity.
Hey, Jeremy,
And yeah.
do you believe that the Gregorian calendar is the true solar cycle?
No.
I believe it takes account the solar cycle. I don't think it's like the true. I think it what it does is it takes account for these things and it's marking them because
Uh-huh.
Satan does know. Satan knows the calendar. He knows it
Oh, you
100%.
bet it is.
So
Because
the
the
things he
Gregorian
does,
is lunar and solar, though, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's both too. I mean, because
yeah.
they
It's like,
very much, yeah. Sorry, Jeremy. Sorry.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's like a blending of what they do, but they do capture these things in there to basically, wave it in front of everyone's face, like they do with everything else. It's like the truth in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you have the eyes to see and ears to hear, you're not going to notice. And I believe it's the same with the calendar because, March 17th, what is this on the Gregorian calendar? It's St. Patty's Day. And this
Yeah,
March
I don't go
17th,
by the calendar at all.
yeah, no, we're not going by it. We're just saying, they're holding these, they basically capture these things in there to wave it in front of everyone's face. But
Sure.
they turn it around and they make it confusing, so forth and so on. And like the Jillian calendar, like the sister was talking about earlier, it's literally the same calendar. They just shifted it like 12 days or however many days they did it.
10. I think 10
Yeah,
when
yeah, 10,
it
10,
moved
that's
from
what
the
it is.
Julian to the Gregorian. And sorry, Jeremy, I didn't mean to. If you had something to
Yeah,
finish, I'll. Um,
no, go ahead.
so the
Go ahead.
yeah, so the Julian was an 8-day week, right? It was a
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
a yeah. So the Julian was an 8-day week, and literally, that's why again that was another understanding that I was like, wow, the Gregorian really is the mother harlot riding the beast, Gregorian Saturday, because it literally kind of mocks again the 7-day cycle, because I truly believe that the Gregorian calendar was established right after the millennial reign. Now I guess I can't say right after, but it makes sense because all those people that were coming out of it, they knew the true cycle of the seventh day and everything. And what better to get you by having kind of like two traps. And so the Catholics have Sunday, the worship of the sun, and then they said that the Jews get the day before that, which they said that they recognize that that's the true Sabbath day. I mean, it's such a catch 22. It's like from the frying pan into the fire kind of thing. And what really it is it's just a double whammy. He's getting both of them. But the Julian was an 8-day, so I think that the Gregorian was just like oh yeah, we'll give them their 7-day week, but it's still going to be our 7-day week kind of thing.
Yeah,
And I know you probably already know that, but it's just it really helped me kind of just be like, man, this really isn't it, because again, by having eyes to see and ears to hear, and knowing that they are leading so many people astray, even with Seventh Day Adventists, and they pride themselves in honoring the true day, and it's really not, because we have been so deceived.
And I think that's a key point as well. A lot of people misunderstand about the Jillian calendar is they did have an 8-day week as well. And there was some places they referred to Saturday as the first day of the week, not the seventh day, which actually there's a couple countries that still observe that tradition today. They keep Saturday as day one of the week. So I think that has to do with a lot of the confusion as well. As a lot of people think the Julian calendar was a 7-day week. While technically on paper it was a 7-day week, but they observed 8 days a week back then. And this is kind of I was talking to the guys at Anchored to Truth. I don't know if anyone here else watches them, but Pastor Joe, they're actually in this group. I know Joe keeps up. He listens to a lot of our discussions. But I was bringing this up to them as well because the Julian calendar and the 8-day week and so forth. And they put out a lot of conflicting information about it to confuse people. Because there are some sources that are going to say, oh yeah, Julian was only 7 days a week. But then when you actually type up and you look how long was the 8-day week kept, and it'll say, well, until just before the Gregorian calendar was made. So then, it's something that they caught as well, is there's just conflicting information out there to cause confusion. and to say, oh, well, look, you know, Constantine and Rabbi Akiva worked together to create, Saturday and then Sunday, because, the Jews were going to take Saturn's day, and the Romans and so forth, the Catholic Church, they were taking Sunday as theirs. Which again, it's another part of the divide and conquer type deal, and then they take over quote unquote Christianity. They persecute all the true followers of the way who truly knew all this stuff. They just persecuted them, killed them all, took it over, claimed it. And Jews did the same thing with all, the true Hebrew Israelites and so forth, chased them all out, killed them, slaughtered them, went around the country saying, oh, well, our rabbis know this and our rabbis know that. We know better than, what Torah says, so listen to us. People bought into that. And now we're literally in the land of confusion. So this is why, Yahuwah gave us these specific markers for these things in the heavens, where no man can tamper with it. No man can change what day the equinox is going to happen. Like no man can change any of that. It's already set in the heavens how and when it's going to happen. So with that, that's what we use as our markers. And we go by the sons of Zadok, Ezekiel 44, they're the ones who Yahuwah promoted to keep charge of the calendar, the Sabbaths, the festivals, even proceeding over, court matters and so forth, like disputes. And when we look in the history, we could see, they were chased into Egypt, they were chased into Qumran because of the usurpation. Anyways, my point is, the sons of Zadok, they are the ones tracked with keeping this. So when we read their stuff, we see, we always see that the Tekufa is going to be on day 4 in all these different writings. They're marking day 4 as this important day. I just don't see where these things happen and then they're waiting until, a certain day of a Gregorian week to start it. And it's the same thing with scriptures. When Yahuwah says, I made this line, I made this marker to mark the sun, basically, this is when these things should happen. It doesn't say just to wait. Like, oh, go ahead and wait till Wednesday, That's just my point. That's what I don't see in scriptures. I don't see anything that says wait. I don't see anything that says to add an extra 7 days to the 364 day a year. It's just it always should be 364. Well, yes, we have a day 0 and a divider day. It's not counted into that count.
Right. Any intercalation, like what the Jews have to do with their intercalation, is add a whole month because they are off, because they are not understanding the divider day. That's critical to understanding the solar year and how it lines up with Yah's calendar. So now with the Zadok people, they want to cling to a Gregorian Wednesday or Saturday for their counts. And that's not going to work either, because they also have to intercalate a week because they're missing those days every single year. And that's why they're having to intercalate. There is absolutely no justification anywhere in Scripture to intercalate or to move the esteem of Yahuwah. The esteem happens on Equinox Day. That is a big deal. We can't touch that. That's adding, and we will be subjected to judgment by adding. We could think all day long that we're right, but we really have to study to show ourselves approved, and I think that's what this group is doing. And by all means, we are very much willing to be wrong and make any kind of corrections, but this is what we see thus far.
Yeah. I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to
Yeah,
go
me
off
too.
scriptures and signs. You know, the
Great
signs
job.
really get us
Yeah.
involved.
Mm-hmm. By all means, iron must sharpens iron. And Brother Lee, if you're still here hanging, we will be,
Yeah.
willing to discuss and go over anything, brother, that you want us to go over. But there's many, many, many scriptures
Need to stay
that
home.
we have on day one, and there's a plethora. And we have a
I'm
bunch of
just
pictures that show it, and it's a beautiful thing. And trust me, I'm going to feel very uncomfortable moving to a Sunday Sabbath next, because I've always spoke against Saturday. But for me, it was, okay, the Jews who say that they are Jews but are not Jews and lie, and who are of, as Messiah said, the synagogue of Hasatan. These people claimed their Saturn's Day. Saturn's Day, that box, that everything. I mean, there's so many proofs of Saturn's Day being from Babylon and what they worship. And so they created the day for themselves, the calendar for themselves. Then, because they hate the Goyim, they created a whole new religion, which is Catholicism, Christianity, and all the sects. And they gave them Sunday. That was their authority. They don't want them to worship on Saturday because that's their day. No. They created the what is it? The harlot that rides the beast. They are the,
Yeah.
or whatever it is. They created that Sunday for the false other religion to steer the Goyim away from their Saturn's Day. And so now it all makes a whole bunch of sense when you really think about it. Neither day is correct. And
Has
it's all made up by the Jews.
has anybody heard the analogy of like, pick a side, and you can't be a fence rider because that's like the devil owns the fence too. So there's literally just one side. There's not two different other options. There's just one. And y'all will have nothing to do with the other two.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I realize that Catholicism is nothing but Judaism in drag. Kind of like what Katrina was saying. They created it for the Goyim, but it's apostate, just like Judaism. And Jesuits are really Jews in disguise, and they're the ones who
Like
own
the
and
Pope,
run the seminaries. Yeah,
like Trump. We already have established he's an Edomite. We have established that he is a Jesuit. We have established he's a fake Christian, but he's a Jew. Do you see all the Jews that his children married? They're all Jews, but he's going to claim to love, Christianities and the Christians? No.
yeah.
No.
And they glorify Christmas and all those pagan holidays. As
Hey,
long as we
Katrina.
keep the goyim steered in the wrong direction, it doesn't matter, what religion they claim, it all goes to the top for them. They worship Lucifer, and they just want to steer everyone else off in the wrong direction, any direction but Yahuwah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it does line up. It does make a whole lot of sense when you really take the time and you look into all this backstory. You see what happened to the Dead Sea Scrolls and the priests and the war. Now what's happening now? It's just There's a lot of research that goes into just coming to this calendar. There's a lot of things we have to unlearn. It's a process, but the key to understanding, I think, who the Jewish people are, what they did to his calendar, and how it literally mocks. It literally mocks Yahuwah. Their calendar mocks Saturn's day. Oh, it's the same with all the other, countries in the world. Oh, well, who cares? They created it all. They control it all. So,
And also, I just wanted to clarify, we're not against the people who are trapped in Judaism, like the ones who are stuck in there. They don't know any better. They're the ones being led astray by these leaders. It's these leaders that we're talking about. They're the ones that are pushing these doctrines, these so-called rabbis and so forth. The general population that is deceived under them, we want to try to help them too.
You bet.
Right.
So we're not just bashing on people because, they're Jewish. We're bashing on the organization itself, its
Right.
leaders.
We fight not against
Katrina?
flesh and blood, but against principalities and evil darknesses in high places.
Katrina,
yeah,
can I ask you a question?
sure.
Not trying to ruffle your feathers.
Oh, you've already done that.
Oh, that's okay. They'll fall back in place. In 2024, okay, I won't just go count for me. On a Gregorian calendar, that's still sun up till sundown. That's still a day. We can still say it's a day, right? If we're counting days for a calendar, okay. But I'm not saying that the solar cycle is a calendar. But if we go back to 2024, and we had that on March 19th, okay, and we'll say, let's just say that's day, okay, that equinox there, okay.
Well,
March.
no, because it actually gets pushed back. It gets pushed forward because of the leap year. It goes back to the 20th. So we have that leap year that happens. That's why it's falling on the 19th. But it gets pushed because there's an extra. Yeah, it gets pushed because there's an extra day there.
Okay, let's just say it's the 20th, okay? Now, if you were to count from the 19th, okay, of March, just say the 19th of March, and you counted up to 2025, you'd fall on a Monday, and I hate to say Monday, but anyway, on the third month of the 17th. Now, the equinox won't be until Thursday, until 25. So you would have 3 days there to your equinox. Do we just throw out 3 days?
So you just went right left.
Counted it 3 or 4 times, just to be sure. I didn't.
Okay, so last year when it fell on the 19th, that's basically
even if you started on the 20th of last, then your day would come to a Tuesday, but your equinox is not till Thursday in 2025. Okay.
Because we still have to finish out. So we got to remember there's days 1, 2, and 3 of the week as well.
Yeah, if you were to count from the 19th, okay, when the equinox happened, if you were to count from the 19th, if you roll around to 2025, you would end up on Monday 3/17, and the equinox don't happen until 3/20. If you were to count it from March 19th of 24.
No, I get that. So that's what we were explaining is, so what we calculated is that every leap year it would fall on March 19th, which would coincide with what you're telling us. Last year was a leap year and it fell on March 19th.
Yeah.
So that's when we would add that second divider day in, when the 4 quarters add up every 4th year. That's when that day would be added in. So it would bump to March 20th because of that day, which would
you would be adding days.
It's not adding the days. It's just that's just the excess of the sun, as the calculations given to us in Enoch. It's the solar cycle calculation as well. We're not saying the solar cycle is a year, but what
Because
we're saying is
you're gonna have a 366 this
yeah,
year.
yeah. That was last year actually, but yeah. So we get day 365, which happens, and then that 0.25 will add up every 4 years. And
You'll have a
day
366 this year. You'll have a
Yeah.
366 this year, but
Yeah,
anyway,
well, because
just a question. Just a question.
No, the thing is these days they're not counted. They're not counting in time. They're not. It's just that excess of darkness that was before day one that we're counting in at the head of each year. It's when creation week is replaying the beginning of each year, because that's where we should be starting off, is what creation week played out. And that's just how Yahuwah works. It's order.
Yeah. Just a
So
question.
when sun, moon, and stars were made on day 4, well, this is when the equinox apparently happens, and it does. So that's what it's going to always mark day 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the most important part of this calendar. We can disagree about equilux and equal day and equal night, what that is. But what is solid evidence, especially in the Dead Sea Scrolls, is they were marking Tekupa as day 4. So with all that in mind, we have to see,
I agree.
to the
Agree with you there.
Yeah, according to them, they're marking Tekupa as day 4 always. So
yeah,
we have to go by their reasoning. They're the ones that were charged to keep all this.
Sure.
And I agree there's nothing concrete that's going to show either way, because, of course, all the fragmentation, all the missing things, I believe the truth is out there. They're just hiding it from us because it is in their hands. And they're not going to give us truth.
Sure. But Father will give it to us if we seek him, right?
Yeah, exactly. So precisely. And that's what we're doing here. We're just trying to go by his word, what his word says.
I understand.
We're not trying to,
I understand, and I don't even when somebody don't see it a certain way or whatever, I don't lash out at people and do it. I think it's just foolish.
Yeah.
I have to go back to my old mistakes and say, you know what? There's many times I thought I was right, but then I was wrong. And then I took it out on a person thinking I was right. And look what damage I did to the person and the relationship with the person. And come to find out you're wrong. It's not a good thing. Don't ever do that.
But you've thrown in some huge curveballs here, Mr. Oklahoman. And you need to back them up. I mean, like Katrina and Jeremy have said, we're all learning in here, and we need to know the marker that you use for the first day of the month, day 4 of creation. You've thrown some big curveballs in, and you can't just leave us hanging. So
I told you I'm going to write that out. What I want you to do is I want you to go out and test things.
Okay,
because
that's going to take
I don't want you to take my word for anything.
Well, if you're going to come in here and drop these curveballs, you need to give us more to go on. We don't have years to figure this out.
I don't think so either. I think we're really close.
It's just see how easy it was for Jeremy to explain the way that this calendar works. It was very clear, concise, beautiful. Like, that's the way it should be. We should be able to express these things to our children. It shouldn't be complicated. This is why this calendar works so well, is because it just makes, and it makes all the sense in the world. And it matches scripture.
I think the priest, was always the ones that went out.
It's really ticking me off, period.
Say again? Are you there?
I can hear you.
No, okay. No, I'm just saying the priest knew. It was the priest's job to go out and tell them. And you know, it was easy for the people to listen to the priest, and the priest went out and said, okay, here it is. And I believe they blew a shofar on that day, and they knew exactly when that day started. Now, the priest's job was, I wouldn't say would be simple to figure out. I think the priest sought Yah. I think the Father showed them. I think they understood it. And to make it less complicated for the people, they went out and told the people. And the people listened to the priest. The kings listened to the priest. David went to the priest. Levi is over Judah and always will be.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. It's not it's not an easy thing.
Absolutely.
It's been taking years of
Oh,
seeking. Father, just show me.
okay.
Father, I want to know.
If you don't use the equinox as the marker, what do you use as the marker to start the new year?
I use the equinox as the oat. You got 4 oats. I know you might not think so, but there's 4 oats in a year. And it's in
What
your
do you
mission.
mean? What do you mean oats?
I just think people don't understand the scrolls. But anyway.
What do you mean oats?
Oats, signs, oats, a tote. The oats, the signs,
Do you
Okay,
spell that?
signs. What are you?
and when I
This
say
is
oat,
like you're speaking in code, like you know how
no,
when people like
let me explain.
press. What signs? What signs?
Shekinah Gamal, Shekinah Gamal, Shekinah
All right,
Gamal.
where was Shekinah and Gamal on day 1 of creation? Please, because
Oh,
now I'm starting to get
it started with Gamal. It started with Gamal.
on day of 1 creation in Genesis 1. Where is Gamal?
He's on the 4th day. He shows up on the 4th day.
Who's Gamal?
He's one of the priests. It's always a Shekinah Gamal order, and it takes a lesson. I'm not going to fuss over it. People are cutting out. I can't hear.
Well, you can't come in here and drop some bombs in here and then just leave.
Well, it's the Atote scroll. I'm not leaving. The Atote scroll has everything to do with Shekinah and Gamal. It's right there in your Mishmerot, in your 4Q 320.
That's kind of what I was going over earlier. So
yep,
it's more of a second temple period deal with the priestly cycles.
Those are the 2 head guys of Shekinah Gamal. Shekinah Gamal's the 2 heads. And if you map it out, you'll see it's pretty amazing. One will come on a Aviv 1 in a certain sequence. And all through the years, it'll do the same sequence. Gamal will come on in the 1st of Aviv, and guess what? Shekinah will come on in the 7th of the 1st month. And it's a pattern, and it does it every 4 years on the priestly order. Perfect. You'll have Shekinah, Gamal, Shekinah, Gamal, Shekinah, Gamal. And one will start in the spring, one will start in the fall. And guess what? It'll do that every 4 years.
Question.
Yes.
About that. Wasn't it originally, maybe it's just Jewish gibberish that was taught before. But it wasn't when it was changed.
Oh, you talking about in Acts, Gamiel?
The Exodus.
Is that what you're talking about? The one
they were brought out in the spring.
No, it's in 1 Chronicles 24. 1 Chronicles 24.
And that's when Gamul started being the first priest, but before that, it was the other guy.
Well, you got 24 priests, but you got a 22.
Gamul, the first priest of the priestly order.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's not the first.
But the other guy was first originally. But when they come out of Exodus, then it shifted to being Gamul, being
Yeah,
the first priest in this 6
right. Certain priests
year
come on a
cycle.
certain time. Yeah,
I
certain
read
priests come
something
on a
about that.
certain.
That's what I'm asking if that's what you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Because originally they started their year in the fall.
Yeah, yes, yeah. But every 4 years you'll see Shekinah, Gamal, when you lay it on top of each other. And I know a lot of people hadn't studied the priestly orders and stuff. It's complicated. I mean, it took us, me and Jerry, 3 years to understand it. Oh my gosh, this is so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, I think that we should be lining up the priestly cycles, like if there is such a thing. But
There is. There is.
well, if there is, we should be aligning it to his calendar, not
Yeah.
making up a calendar
If
like.
he's raising up the tabernacle of David, David set up the priest, David set up the singers, David set up the officers. Oh, that's what he's raising up.
So who is specifically Gamal? Who is this guy? Who's the other priest?
They were
Who
high priest.
I mean,
they
there's,
were? They were high priests of Zadok.
yes, you go back to
Yeah.
verse 4, they're the same priests that are in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Same
Okay.
names. Yes.
Yeah,
So okay, go
that's
ahead,
kind of
Jeremy.
that's what I was going through earlier. I was showing, the priestly cycles, where they came from. And then I also showed, how the Talmud puts, well, they replaced Gamul with Jehoiakim or whatever, when the Hasmonean usurped them, that was their priest, was
Jacob.
that, so they put his name in there instead. But in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they keep it as Gamul.
That's right.
But in the Talmud and the Mishnah and all that, they put their priestly cycles with, slivers of the moon and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that's not how they're tracking the priestly cycles.
That's correct.
Yeah, they're not tracking it by this certain phase or that certain phase.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was pointing out earlier, is because all the moon phases that are inserted in there are just author's interpretation
Yeah.
of what the word dukkha could mean.
Yeah, I'd love to find out what that word means. I've never found out what it means. But the priestly cycle goes in a circle too. It's mad.
So we do know they had a priestly cycle and they tracked it in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's just the specific instructions they're missing, and exactly why and what happened and so forth.
It's hidden in there. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, they don't want us to know.
Okay, so it's hidden,
Yeah, it's hidden.
but it doesn't necessarily. If the priestly cycles are hidden somewhere, how could we say that we start the calendar by them? If the calendar, it says in Jubilees that the sun controls the feasts, the Jubilees, the everything. It doesn't say the priestly cycles do that. It says the sun does that. And the stars, Marissa has proved, are the witnesses of the sun doing what it's supposed to do. And the sun, and then the stars come in and does what it's supposed. They do what they're supposed to do, and we have our calendar. We don't now. We could use the priestly cycle as witnesses for sure, but as of right now, I'm using the luminaries. That's my oat, right?
Okay.
That's my oat. That's our oat. This is what this group does. That's the calendar that we base everything off of. So,
sure.
But they gave us multiple.
Appreciate the conversation. I hope it was a learning lesson for everybody, and everyone was able to take something out of it, and we could move forward with where we are going. Because I kind of still feel completely solid on where we are, without any evidence as to showing otherwise. So, but if you're gonna write something up, we'll be glad to look at it always. Sure.
Sure.
I wanted
It's
to
always good to go out and test things yourself. It sure is. I've learned my mistakes by not doing it. So
Always.
I,
That's what we're about.
I'm hard-headed. I have to learn by my mistakes.
yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not afraid to admit them, because if I don't ever admit them, I'll never be made right.
It's so funny because I actually could not wait to come out and admit that I was wrong
No, me
about
either.
about this calendar, about like every step of the way. When I found out about the Dead Sea Scrolls, when I found out about the Jews, when I found out about the Zadoks, when I found out about how everything lunar was false. I mean, and when I found out about Saturday not being Sabbath, I could not wait to put it out there. I wasn't shy about it either. I mean, I went full throttle when I couldn't wait because it's not like a pride thing. It's like, I don't want to lead anybody wrong. It's about me wanting to right the wrong that I have caused for so long. It's about the Ezekiel 33 warning that we're told to give. It's about hey, and I test everything. I've been on so many different Yahuwah being Yahusha in the flesh. I mean, I was on that for so long, about the millennial kingdom, considering that. So I just, I do test it, and then I come out with it and say, hey, look, there's certain things that we have to consider here, and here they are, and just so that we don't lead people astray. And
There you
so
go.
I'm very humble in that respect because I care about other people and I don't want to mislead anybody.
Rena, I don't calendar. Okay. I know certain things I wouldn't even say.
Right.
And I don't do something. You know what? That's a very stiff judgment. And it's scary to me. It's a holy thing. It's a priestly thing. And if you're going out teaching stuff like that and holy things, look out. Judgment starts to come if you're out teaching it. Now, to sit down and discuss certain things, I think that's a little different than going out and saying it's this way or it's that way. I'm very leery of doing that, and I won't do it.
Yeah,
I've got
exactly.
I'll come all over me when I saw something. I want to make sure it's right, and everything that I've tried to prove right, I've tried to prove wrong first. That's how I approach it. I'm good.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
And it's a very scary thing.
It is.
Just whiffed on you if you start messing with holy things and saying it's this way and it's that way. Be careful.
Yeah, and that's why I always say, we're not teachers here.
Either.
We're all students, and we're all learning.
Sure.
We're presenting what we have found.
Sure.
And it's just going with the markers and so forth that we have found.
Yeah.
That's why we're not trying to force anybody to force anything. I know there's people who are very passionate. And
sure.
We're not trying to.
I think we're losing you, brother.
We're just very passionate about what we found. Oh, sorry.
You're cutting out.
Give me just a second. I always lose signal randomly here.
Lee, I'm just curious, what is the what are the signs that line up on year one of the priestly cycle that you see?
Starting from when? Creation?
Just year one of the priestly cycle. If this is something that like rotates, I don't know.
Let me ask y'all something. When do y'all think the Shemitah year and the Jubilee year will be this year?
Well, I really want to know. I've been searching
I
that
have,
matter out so
I
diligently,
have
trying to
this
find the
chart.
Sabbath and Jubilee years. So if you have an idea, I'd love to hear that.
We've just, I can share. Let me just say it's my opinion. Okay, I'll be on the safe side here,
Well, I love
but
that. What's your opinion?
I, I can see a pattern. That way, I'll be on the safe side. I'm going to say 27 into 28 is your Shemitah, and 28 into 29 is your Jubilee year.
So what are those signs that like lead you to that? Is there something that you see in the stars, like, with the
Mm,
sun, or?
no, no. How the priests line up, how the solar cycle lines up, and how the calendar lines up. Not anything to do with the stars. The stars tell us the age that we're going into. We're coming out of Pisces, going into Aquarius real soon. The water pour is going to
Okay.
be poured out. The Ruach's going to be
So
poured out like never before. And we're all going to need it because we're about to go through some things.
so is there like a specific like way that it lines up for year one of the priestly cycle?
For what year are you talking about? See, I think we're going into a Jubilee year. I think we're going into a ending or a starting of a Jubilee year in 2028 and 29.
Right, but I'm
Okay.
trying to figure out what your markers are. Is it is it one of the Gregorian weekdays? The equinox lands on that day, or is it based on like from equinox to equinox? Like what are the markers that you're seeing to determine that?
To determine a Jubilee year,
Year one of the priestly cycle, so Gamul, right?
we are in the 6th cycle. I'll put it that way. And then it's going to restart. It always starts after 6. It's going to start again. Your 7 will be your 1. We're in
Okay,
the 6th
great.
cycle.
Great, but what are you seeing that tells you that?
I don't want to go into it. I really don't. Because I would have to show you, literally show you how it works to try to explain it. I don't think you can
You have to
understand it
go
by that.
into it.
Most people
You need to
visual.
tell us what
Well, most
signs you
people are
get.
visual. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Most people are visual. Okay.
We're pretty
And to show
auditory in
somebody,
here.
I know, but you'd have to show them on a count. Just start counting. Okay. But I think I'll give you a clue. We're on the 6th cycle of the priestly cycle. So you can kind of count from there. I'd say there's 294 years in a priestly cycle. I can see it. Most people don't believe that. I do.
Yeah, but that's not really a clue because you're just telling me which priestly cycle we're on. I want the clue that's in the luminaries. What are you seeing?
And the sun or the stars ain't got anything to do with it. Anything to do with it
Okay,
at all.
what are you seeing in the sun?
I'm,
Like,
I'm just
how,
I'm going by the priestly orders. I'm going by the solar cycle, and I'm also going by the calendar. And to line out the priestly order for you would take a little while. I don't want to say anything to you without starting on a foundation of this or that, and it's going to take more than 1 hour to do it. That wouldn't be fair to you. That's why I don't want to say anything. That's not fair to leave somebody and just say certain it's this way or that way. It's just pointless. to do that, and I won't do that.
Are you referring to the week of weeks, essentially the 7 Jubilee cycle? The week
That
of
your speech is every
Jubilee?
7 years. Yeah. I would do a good planting this year. Okay, plant all the way up, and don't plant in 26. This is going to be your big harvest for your 2 years. You're going to
Okay,
have enough for 2 years.
that is exactly what my husband and I have been trying to figure for our home, is
Yep, you're
because
going to have a big crop this year.
well, we have been trying to figure out when we start the count. Should we start our count from the time we bought the property, from the time that we first started working the land, or from when we came into this walk? Or does that not even matter because the father's time is the father's time?
Father's time.
Okay. So do we start from when we bought this property and moved here, or when we first were able to start planting because this place was such a mess?
If I'm right on the Shemitah year and the Jubilee year, your Shemitah is going to be your 27, and your 27 in your fall going into the next year.
Yeah.
Right? Going into the next year, and then you're going to have your Jubilee year right after, going in from 28 to 29.
Gotcha.
Oh, well, what is going to be your Abib 1 for this coming year?
Let me see, 20. Mine's going to be March 26th. That will be my Abib 1.
Oh, that's interesting.
What do you base that on?
I base that on the sign first. I don't do an equinox.
Which sign?
The equinox.
So what day is the equinox on, according to your calculations?
It's going to be on Thursday, March 20th.
So then why do you go to the 26th to start the first month?
Just like you do an equinox on day 1, I do an equinox, and then it rolls right into, we wait 4 days.
Why?
Because you got to have the sign first. Do you think the priest went out and built the tabernacle in 1 day?
That has nothing
Do you
to
think
do with it.
Well, yes, it does. Because it says they did it on the first of the first month, that they raised the tabernacle up.
Well, they already obviously knew what the first of the month was going to be then.
They did. And you know when they knew? Wintertime. You'll always know wintertime. They always knew winter before it even came. They knew way ahead of time.
How would they know that by wintertime? That's interesting.
Because there's 91 days. There's 91 days for the plant of your barley up to Abib 1. They're counting 91 days.
So you're counting according to a
Start my
plant in
count
the field. You're counting according to a plant in the field.
What's that?
So you're counting according to a plant in the field.
Yes. Yes. If
Where
you don't
does it
plant
tell us
the
to
right
do
time,
that?
if you don't plant, okay, if you're going to offer up your barley, right, when it's in Abib and it's green in the ear, it's got to be harvested at the right time, doesn't it? According to how y'all does things in the harvest coming up every year, right? If you don't plant at the right time, you're not going to get the harvest at the right time. So if you plant it in the winter, your barley is going to be green in the ear on Abib 1.
Well, yeah,
you know what
the
Jews do? You know what the Jews do? They'll tell you
what the Jews do.
Oh, I know. I don't either.
Whatever they do is not what we're going to do.
That's right. Their barley's not green in the ear. It's all brown, and they tell you it's Abib 1. It's terrible.
Can I ask a question on that?
I got a couple of brothers in Israel that tell me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I got a couple of brothers over there that tell me, oh my gosh, he said, I asked an Orthodox guy one time, I said, well, Does your harvest come up on your barley? I said, does it? If you're over here in this part of Israel, that part of Israel, this is what struck my head at that point, and this was in 2012. And I asked him that question. Well,
What's your name?
part of the land you're in Israel is when the barley comes up. I said, so if you're in one part of the land and the barley comes up here, it's a B1 there, and then this other part comes up here and it's a B1 for them over there, but yet it's all in the land of Israel, but you're in two separate parts of Israel. He said, yeah, that's how it works. I thought, nah,
Okay.
that don't.
Help me to understand this. What is your name?
Lee.
Okay, Lee. Okay, so you're calculating the start of the year, the first of the month, the start of the year, according to plants, not the signs in the skies, the Maseroth. Am I understanding that correctly?
How about both? How about the planting too? How about the harvest too? Yeah.
He didn't. The scripture doesn't say that he's given us a harvest to figure out the months and the feasts and the Shabbats. He gives us the sun and the stars and the moon.
I understand that, but if you plant at the wrong time, guess what? Are you going to have that wave sheave offering on first fruits? If you planted at the wrong time and you didn't know what time it was? Does your harvest matter?
But the
I've never
luminaries
used a
would be
harvest.
doing that. The
Huh?
luminaries showed us what time it is. So yeah, we would be
That's
fine.
right. That's right. So when would you plant your barley? When would you plant your barley this year?
Well, I'd
Or
follow the Farmer's Almanac because they follow the stars and the sun and the moon.
I've got a couple of farmers around me, and they do it 2 or 3 days after.
I have a thought on this, and you can
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not the only person I've heard discuss this, and I won't even get into all of that. But something that come to mind when you were saying this is it possible, because the Jubilee starts at the fall equinox, all of that is announced at Yom Kippur. So I know some people say, oh, no, it doesn't start again until a B1. However, if what you are saying could be correct, and that would line up with that announcement, that's when the year of release would begin. And so is it possible that we have a yearly count that begins at the fall equinox, but the feast starts with the spring? Is that possible? And then your feast would be at the appropriate time for the barley harvest, and then the wheat harvest, and then the wine, and then everything else.
Yes, it has a lot to do with planting. You bet.
So I
The
mean,
fall.
is that possible? You guys just
I know people aren't going to like this, but and I know our beginning of months is in spring, and it's not the head of the year in 7/1.
that's
But
what I
it's
was
still
thinking. That's exactly what I was referring to.
ahead. There
Because
are
you
two
got
heads.
right.
Okay, just like you got the Father and the Son. Okay. Anyway, but you don't start your count from the fall like they do sometimes. But we're going to shift back just like Noah's day. We're about to do a shift, a big shift. And that's why we're trying to understand and get what we're getting now. So when that happens, we're gonna be on the right. We're gonna be on the right day, and it's going to have to be calculated. If you think people are just going to go out there and set a sundial up at a certain point, no, you better have it written down or have it in your head. Things happen.
And I believe that is what everybody here wants to know, is to be prepared. So
Yes.
everyone has their own proofs of what they believe, and that is awesome. That's what we're all here to do. You have brought some intriguing things that everybody wants to know about, because if it's something that we can prove out, then we dang well want to know about it. And what you're saying here
Sure.
with the head of the year and the head of the months has been something that has rang a bell in my head many, many times. And I know nobody here wants to make, you know, a good day a bad and a bad day a good. So I think we all need to hear each other out. I've struggled with things that they've said. We've struggled with things you've said. But
Sure, that's
something
normal.
about what you're
Let's
saying.
all reason together. Let's all reason together.
Exactly. Something
We're not
about what
against
you're
each other.
saying.
We're not against each other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
precisely.
Something
Yes.
about what you just said, though, rang that bell again. And we do have in scripture 2 titles, one head of the year, one head of the months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. There's 2 heads.
Okay.
And that's
They
exactly
do
what
have
I was.
that right. Let me tell you what, they do have that right. They do. They do. Listen, they don't have everything wrong. Okay? They really don't. A lot of people think, well, oh, those people over there, they don't know what they're twisting everything. No, that's not true. They do have some things right. It's kind of like the Jews. They have their sects, okay? Just like we have our different denomination of churches, okay? But because they don't have the Messiah, they're blinded. And they're going to be blinded until the fullness of the Gentiles come in, because that's what he said. And their eyes are not going to be open. But there's some people over there that I do know that do believe in the Messiah and that believe that Yeshua is the Messiah. So there are people over there that are legit. And I say, if you don't have the Messiah, you don't have the Father. Okay? You're not legit. So
Please continue explaining what you were saying when we were talking about the head of the year and the head of the months, and that we have the Father and the Messiah. Can you finish that explanation?
my phone is about to die. I've got 1%. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, and that's what we. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's what we found too. There's 2 different heads.
There it is. Yes.
It's going to be, there's a head of the weeks and then there's a head of the months. And there's a sign for each. And what we've come to the conclusion is, it's the equilux and the equinox that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to work each of these.
Yeah. I don't do anything with the equilux. I'll just let you know. I don't do that. But anyway, everybody's going to have to seek things out and do a lot of praying and fast. Do a lot of praying and fasting and seek the Father, because He wants you.
We have.
Yes, that's what we ought to do.
Lee,
for
can
man.
you tell me what the priests do when the cycle intercalates by a week forward?
Do what now? They shift out.
Can you tell us what do the priests do when the cycle intercalates by a week forward?
Look into what now? Say again.
Okay. What do the priests do when the cycle intercalates by a week forward? Which is what it seems like you are doing.
What do you think I'm doing?
You're intercalating a week forward from the equinox.
Every year?
No,
I don't know about every year. We just asked about this year.
Do you remember when? Do you remember when Moses, and they stayed in the tent for 7 days? Have you ever gone back and read that in Hebrew? Well, they stayed in their tent and they didn't come out of their tent for 7 days.
No. Where is that?
Oh gosh, I think it's Exodus.
I've never read that.
Yeah, where they stayed in their tent and they didn't come out for 7 days.
I've never read that.
Yeah, it's in there.
Huh, that's funny.
Go read that. Go read that in the Hebrew and look up the words.
So what did they do?
They stayed in their tent They were waiting on something. But go. It's called. Just look up the tent of meeting. Okay, my phone's about to die. But go.
Leviticus 8:35.
8:30. Stay in the tent of meeting for 7 days.
It says the passage you're likely
Yes.
thinking of is from Leviticus 8:35, where the priests
I even
are
had that.
instructed to stay at the entrance of the tent of meeting. For it says that stay at the entrance of the tent of meeting for 7 days after their ordination. This
There
was
you.
part.
That's the one. Yeah. Now go back. Go back and look up those Hebrew words, and then just write out the definition. Don't use the English. Just go back and write the definition out
Write out the definition of what?
of the Hebrew.
Like in paleo? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about that. Take that verse. Don't read it in your English. Go look up the Hebrew and put the Hebrew letters together and see what it says.
Yeah, what verses was it again?
In Leviticus.
Leviticus 8:35.
Yeah.
And stay at the door of the tent of appointment day and night for 7 days, and you shall guard the duty of Yahuwah and not die, for so I have been commanded.
What are they guarding? What is this ordinance they're doing? I mean, just you'll have to go back and read the Hebrew.
Why don't you tell us?
I mean, what are they doing? What is the ordinance?
They
But
are
what
at
did
the
it
door of
say?
the tabernacle. Y'all, they're at the door of the tabernacle. Guarding the watch. What are they watching for at the door of the tabernacle? Dude, that is seriously something else.
It says the tent of appointment.
Okay, it looks like his phone died. But y'all, I see what he's saying. Do y'all not see that? They're at the door of the tabernacle.
It says the tent of appointment. Is the tent of appointment the tabernacle?
Yes, it is. And so they're there, they're assembled for 7 days and nights to guard the watch of Yahuwah, that you die not. What happens if we don't get the calendar right? We're making a holy day an abomination. So if they are there as commanded, assembled to guard the watch, and they are watching for what? They're at the door of the temple. That's what you guys have been telling me all this time about the equinox, how it has to hit this pillar, then the center, then the other pillar.
Yeah.
That's what that sounds like.
Oh, wow.
They're waiting for it.
The 7 days. That's the week.
That's it.
Oh, he
Y'all,
missed
I got
it.
goosebumps everywhere. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, there's a 7-day weekly count. Is it?
It's saying they were there waiting for 7 days and nights, guarding the watch of Yahuwah at the door of the tabernacle. What are they looking for there? They're looking
The
for
equinox.
Is that the 7 days of creation week? So they started that right after the equinox, and they guarded it through to the Shabbat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
I think he was
God.
suggesting the week intercalation, though, guys. And you guys are like putting it together a different way.
Yeah, that does not say anything about his week intercalation and using the crops. Nowhere in the Masoreth does it tell us to use the crops.
And I think that that's what he was saying, since he's starting his year on the 26th. So
that's crazy.
That's crazy.
I mean, there's no justification for that except his crops, and that's what the Jews do. We're not told to use crops. I mean, we're told to use the signs in the sky, in the heavens, and there's that one constellation that Jeremy has talked about, where it's the constellation, is it Virgo, that's holding the barley,
Yeah,
and
it's
it rises up on a specific day each year, and that's the sign we're supposed to look for?
there's Spica, and then there's also Marissa had found, the sun is rising exactly with Pisces
Oh,
at that time.
that's right. It was you, Marissa. So
Yeah,
tell us about that. Every
What?
time somebody's talking about the barley in the field, I'm thinking of those signs in the stars with the Virgo holding that bunch of barley. What is it called? It's like it's like a bunch of stars. It's called spica,
yeah, Spica.
and
It's
that's a
like,
sign, right?
yeah, I
And
believe,
and do we only see that sign once a year?
yeah, it happens in the spring, each spring at the equinox.
So that's the sign we're supposed to look for, not the barley in the field, not
Yeah,
plants.
yeah, I would agree. He gave us heavenly markers to go off of. We should go off that. Yeah, and it does say, the moon does show when to plant certain things in the season. So yeah, to get ripe wheat and so forth in the spring, you would have to plant in the winter.
Well, I
So,
think, when we plant is very important, but it's
yeah,
never said to use those plants to figure out our calendar.
yeah,
That's just
exactly.
insane.
I would agree with that because he gave us markers in the heavens and the
Yeah,
signs in the heavens.
Plants are
that's
One
going back to the insanity of
one
the
thing
world.
to one thing that's always bugged me about the Shavuot is it says to count the weeks from this time, right? So, but with this DSS, it's a set date, and I understand why. I've gotten some things that correlate with it also. But the point is, in Leviticus 23, it's telling us to count. If we already know the day, why would we need to count unless there is a season that the barley would not yet be ripe in that time? That could be what correlates with the leap year, or you know what I mean? Because then that's going to change when you plant. It will delay your planting for a week. So because barley, I don't know if y'all read up on it, it turns quick. If you don't catch it within like a couple of days, it's going to start falling off, hitting the ground, then it's no good.
So that whole
So
doctrine of watching the barley is based on that one verse. Is that what we're to
where it
surmise
says
from
in the
this?
greening, where the Father says that you have to have the green ears, that's the Father saying that. That ain't no man saying it.
Yeah, but
That's
that's not.
that's what a bead means.
But he didn't say use that to calculate my calendar. He gave us the signs in the skies.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. But he also gave us other signs to look for. So all I'm saying is perhaps that has to do with why we have a leap year,
Okay.
with why we
So what?
recognize that, and because it could, and why we would have to count Shavuot instead of it being a set date.
Yeah, I believe
Because
that
there's
because, there are different harvest times that could be, a week or two apart. But I believe it's
Mhm.
on this set date because it has to do more in correlation with Messiah and when he became the first fruits, which lines up exactly to his death, burial, and resurrection. It's going to be 7 days later because, he had to observe the Torah perfectly. And there's the
Mhm.
law. There's the law in Deuteronomy that says if you touch something that's dead, you touch a dead body, anything
Oh
like
yeah,
that,
7
you
days.
have to be, yeah, you have to be unclean for 7 days. So because Messiah's spirit was exiting his dead body when he died, that counts as him touching a dead body. So he would have to
Yep.
remain that 7 days, unclean. Not saying he was unclean. It's just by law he was unclean because he touched a dead body. So he had to wait.
Uh,
Then he became the first fruits right there.
Definitely.
I
That's
think,
why I agreed with the delay on the because he had to have 7 days of sanctification, because when he first was seen, he says, I have not ascended yet. But then later, they're able to touch him. That's because he's gone through his 7 days of purification.
Well, that correlates with 4 Ezra, chapter, I believe it's chapter 13, or maybe it's chapter 7, where Ezra asks the angel, what happens after the spirit leaves the body? And there's a 7-day period before that spirit goes to rest in Sheol.
Yes, ma'am.
First they
And
meet
that's
the
the
Father, and then
sanctification.
so maybe those
Yes, ma'am.
7, I always wonder what was it about those 7 days, besides the things that they're experiencing, but it must be a period of sanctification.
Yes, that's in, well, it's in Leviticus, but I don't remember exactly where he's given it to, where it's 7 days for touching a dead body, like Jeremy was saying.
yeah, it's
So he had, that's where
Deuteronomy.
people say he rose in 3 days. He wasn't sanctified. He may have rose. When you read, what is it? I don't know, the Testament of, oh my goodness, what's his name? Some people say the letter of Herod, but it's the Testament. I'll have to find it for y'all. But it gives the description of what happened after he died, him going to Sheol, him cleaning Sheol out and everything. And it's fantastic. And so it says even the ones that he pulled out of there celebrated Passover. So the only Passover they could have celebrated would have been the end of Feast of Unleavened Bread. So, they call it Passover week. So that to me just lines up. It lines up like nobody's business. And so when you're talking about the 7 days there, that lines up. I mean, and so we've got here in Leviticus 8:35, we have another 7 days we're sitting, watching, guarding. What are they guarding? The door of the tabernacle. Why? Why would they? That's what I'm saying. That just,
You know what,
I
though?
see his point on that.
Was that chapter referring to the calendar, or was it referring to the ordination of the priests? That verse might be referring to part of the ritual of their ordination of being sanctified.
Yes, it's talking about
I'll have to read that
Aaron.
in context.
Yeah, because they're talking about boiling the flesh at the door, how they are to do it. Aaron and his son shall eat it. That which remains of the flesh and bread ye shall burn. You don't go out of the door of the tabernacle of the assembly in 7 days until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you.
Okay,
As
so
he
it's
has
not
done
even...
this day, so Yahuwah has commanded you to do, to make an atonement for you. Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly day and night 7 days, and guard the watch of Yahuwah, that ye die not, for so I am commanded.
But is it talking about the calendar? Now that we're looking at that in context, I don't see where it's referring to the calendar at all. It's referring to their sanctification and ordination.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it might have a correlation with Ezekiel as well when he's talking about, the gate's supposed to be open on the Sabbath day and on the head of the month days as well. They say new moon days, but it's really the head of the month days.
It says here in the Yah scriptures, it doesn't say keep the watch, it says, and you shall guard the duty of Yahuwah. Well, the whole priesthood was doing the duty of Yahuwah. I don't think that verse that Lee gave us had anything to do with the calendar.
He did also say, look it up
in the DSS.
No,
in the Hebrew. Yeah, you have to look at the Hebrew. That's what I was reading while y'all were talking.
Well, that
He
would
said,
be interesting. Did
yeah,
you look it up?
yeah,
Find
I've got it
Hebrew?
open now, and it's saying,
great.
your abiding is to dwell, to sit, to wait. The tabernacle is the tent of meeting. Congregation is the assembly. The day is daily, in the daytime, or day and night, 7 days. We know that. Let's see if there's any difference. No, it's the same normal. And then keep the charge. So keep is shamar, to hedge, to guard, to attend, reserve, save, watch. The charge is watch, that is the act. Sentry, the post. Objectively, let's see, to keep it safe. Your duty, to keep, to be kept. Ordinance, safeguard. So that makes sense. Of YAHUAH, that makes sense. That ye die being moved, to die, literally, figuratively, to be put worthy of, or put to death, destroy, cause to die. And if we don't, if we do the wrong day and all, we're separated from him. So that's death. We die
Okay.
not just means no, without. For so I am commanded.
Okay,
So
well, that still has nothing to do with the calendar. This whole chapter, reading it in context, has everything to do with them keeping the charge of the priesthood. The whole
right, and
priesthood, because the chapter was about their ordination and sanctification for the priesthood.
okay, aren't we looking at the priestly calendar?
Yeah, but this chapter has nothing to do with the priestly calendar.
They're sanctifying the priest.
Yes, but the priest did other things besides the calendar. This is the ordination and the sanctification of the priests for their position as priests. It isn't referring to the calendar at all in this chapter.
Yeah, and that's what I was going back to try and see in the chapters prior and seeing if there's
Lee was using this verse to basically justify intercalating a whole week, adding a week to the calendar. I mean, between the barley and this, no. I think we can discount all of that. It has nothing to do with the calendar. Now, one of their big jobs was to keep the charge of the calendar, but this chapter is not talking about keeping the calendar. It's about their ordination and sanctification into the priesthood.
And no one else was allowed to do the calendar. And everything else that they had to do relied solely on being on the correct day for the feast and all. So, in my opinion, they would need to have that calendar primarily. They have to be able to do all the rest of their duties to count their days.
But where's the evidence that they did this more than once?
That I don't know. I'm just looking at what we have right here.
Yeah, this whole chapter is about their ordination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
as priests of the priesthood of the Most High.
Yeah, so it's giving just a general 7-day count. It's not like a specific day of the week or anything. I went back and tried to see if I could see verses that say on this day of this month. I don't see any of that around there.
Let's see. I'll look online and see if there's anything there.
And what was going through my head in there is, the gates are open on Sabbath days. So what if it's just speaking about creation week there as well? But really what I do see is just the ordination of the priests and them being clean for the 7 days and so forth.
Exodus 29 also has information about this in it.
Exodus 29.
Said 29.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be like adding 7 days to a year. It's just a 7 day count. Just like, the marching around Jericho for 7 days. It's not it didn't start on any specific day of the week. He's just saying, march around it for 7 days. Like the same kind of concept. But then it just goes along with, all the Dead Sea Scrolls and their calendar scrolls talking about, day 4 is marking the equinox, sorry. And we have their sundial as well to prove it. They were keeping track of when the equinox is going to happen. Yeah, quite the discussion today, huh? I was planning on showing some of the cymatic, like what cymatics, which is, frequencies creating shapes, and, their significance and what they play, the role they play, and how, these Tartarian buildings take a lot of that into account. But I don't think we're going to have time to go over that right now. We've already been like 7.5 hours so far. 6.5 hours, sorry.
Well, maybe everybody should do some research into this proposal that he gave us and come together next Shabbat and discuss it.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I was thinking too. He said he was going to write something up so we can take a look at it.
Yeah,
And
drop it in the chat. If you're considering it and looking through it, drop it in the chat. See what everyone's getting.
yeah,
We don't have to do it alone. We have each other. If someone, thinks of something, usually we always kind of piggyback off of each other and work as a group. It's a team. We're family. Yeah.
And that's how so much is figured out too.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like that.
Yeah.
Ruach Hakodesh gives different gold nuggets to different people, and then we come together in unity
I
and
love
get this
that.
thing figured out.
Yeah.
absolutely.
That just shows why the model of the mainstream church does not work, because they're always looking to one person every week after week, year after year, for truth. One person. And that's never gonna be. Well, my pastor said this, my pastor said that. What about reasoning together? The pastors never listen to people that, want to share more truth with them. They just discredit it.
Yeah,
Well, it's
they
gonna.
already know.
Yep, they already know everything, don't they? Well, this has been a really enlightening discussion.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. It's good to come together. It's good to go over questions. I know sometimes it may seem some are aggressive, but it's just the passion we have. No one's trying to be aggressive towards anybody. It's just, this is something we have prayed and fasted about for a while. And, some of us are just coming to this understanding like just this year. And some of us in here have been on this understanding for a few years already. Sister Jermaine, for example, she found this a while ago. So she can attest to a lot of this as well. And what I was trying to show earlier is, Brother Lee, he was saying he was saying, yeah, the equinox was on March 19th last year. Well, that literally is backing up the method we're describing.
Exactly. The leap year.
Yeah, the leap
That's,
year, it happened last year, which
that's
would
what I
mark,
thought.
yeah, it's marking March 19th right there. It's where that second divider day is coming into play. And that divider day is gonna move everything to the 20th there. So boom.
All right, that's one thing I don't have on y'all is your second divider day. I've got your calendar. I printed it out so I could kind of follow along. I understand your first one, but I don't understand where you're bringing in your second one.
So it's
So,
where it's
so
the
like if
0.25 that adds up, and every 4 years it's gonna add up to an extra day.
yeah, where do you add it? Is my question.
So that's so what I've put together is when the equinox is happening, excuse me, on March 19th. That's the sign to put in the second divider.
So it would be placed on the 19th.
Correct.
Leap year.
So their sister Erin, she's gonna put it with the first divider day. She puts it right after it. And there's others who will put it, on that same day in the middle of the week, though. 2 divider days in the middle of the week. But what we found, through studying the scriptures, there's 2 different signs for each of these divider days that are going to happen.
And so your Lux is your first divider day.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I mean, I can kind of see because earlier, who was it? I think it was Marissa was speaking, and she made a point that I haven't heard you make before, and she was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that essentially your last Shabbat, I think you said, would be day 364, and so then the equal Lux would essentially be your day 365. Then your day 1 is your day 1 of your yearly solar count.
Correct.
And then your Sabbath, it comes off of the 4th day.
Correct. Yeah. And that's that.
So your day 364 is your last Shabbat.
Correct.
Okay, but there is a weekly count and a month, like a head of weeks and a head of months, too.
Yeah, 2 events for the 2 separate, head of week and head of month. I think that's also where a lot of confusion can come in because, again, the being raised up in Babylon, and we think, from December 31st to January 1st, that's the only event that signifies a new year. So that's not according to Yahuwah. There's 2 different signs to mark what is known as the head of a year, and it's going to be, the head of weeks and the head of months. And we know this because, the sun, moon, and stars, day 4, were created. The Dead Sea Scrolls, the sons of Zadok, they say the same thing, day 4 is going to be day 1 of month 1.
Yeah, because you hear people starting to count from the equilux and the day after, or the equinox and the day after, starting their 7-day count period from right there. So essentially not going along with the DSS. Like the equinox, the next day is day 1, continuous.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what Shaul Sides says, or Rav Shaul. He goes by both names.
I don't know him either.
But yeah. But no, that's the interesting thing is, he believes the Dead Sea Scrolls, he believes the sons of Zadok. And same thing with Nick Vanderlee, Vanderlee, however. He does that same thing. He puts day one of month one on day one of the first week. And it's because, they don't understand, the equilux and then the equinox. And there's two signs for a reason.
He was asking you to count 364 from nox to nox. Something that kept coming back to me. Well, if we're counting 360, then we still have the 4 days. So if you're counting, what would be the number from equinox, if that's your day one? Where does your day 364 line up? And just on my chart, because I was trying to go along with what he was asking you. And so, like last year, the 19th was there. So if I go to 2025, I'm at the end of this year. Then it looks like the 17th is your last intercalary day, which would be day 364. And so if you start your solar cycle with creation week, then it appeared I think that's what he was talking about. Because I've charted it out, and I'm showing the 17th of March would be on the 4th intercalary day, which should be day 364 according to this.
So I did this calculation before. Yeah. So I shared in chat the calculation that I did.
Okay. Let's see. Which chat? There's so many chats. Are you talking about the one where he put the plans?
The one we're having the discussion on. Sorry, my phone keeps cutting out for some reason at the most inopportune times. But this chat that we're speaking on right now, so the YAHUAH calendar discussion with the flag or the banner.
Okay, got it.
So in there.
Okay.
Yeah. So from March 15th, or sorry, March 17th, 2024 to March 15th, 2025 is going to be 364 days exactly.
Oh, so you're counting from the 17th.
Yeah, because that's going to be day one
of the solar cycle.
Correct.
That's what I was trying to get at, because I think he was thinking the calendar year, essentially the sabbatical year, versus the solar year, because he was saying, well, how are you going to get to 364 then? And I'm like, I think you're looking at it two different ways.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's where the confusion was as well. And the solar cycle does determine when the equinox and the equilux and so forth is going to happen. So we know that's going to be, well, it's not part of the year, but it's going to determine, day 4. So while yes, there's 365 days that are going to technically be between there, it's really a 364-day calendar with the 0 day or divider day at a time.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. When she said, because before I thought that you were continuing your count, because you and I were talking, and I'm like, okay, so then you've got day 29, 30, and 31 of the final month. And I still had those listed as day 364 and day 365 being on the equinox. So that was where my confusion was. But when she said the last Shabbat, the 28th, is day 364 of the year, that made all the difference. That was the key I needed, because I was still trying to bring that count on around. So your equilux is your day 365. The only thing that still hangs me up is that second day, that day 366. That's
Well,
definitely breaking the cycle, the 7-day cycle,
so
if it's on the 19th.
you would think that, but again, it's a day, it's not counted. So it's again more of that division of time before time started. It's just playing out because, 4 quarters equals one, like 25,
Yeah.
50, 75.
Yeah. All right.
And
Well, let me look at that. So
the
that's
thing is, if we ignore that, we're going to slowly drift behind the markers each year. Just like, if we only do straight up 364 days and then restart 364 days, we're going to be missing the markers each year as well. And then eventually, Passover is going to be in winter. So that's why, not only is intercalation important, that's why, so many people, they're adding like a week, or the moon calendar, they add a 13th month and so forth.
yeah. No.
Yeah, exactly.
We did that one year, and I'm like, because we were even going with the full moon, which I understand the full moon being the measure, but that layout was just like, no, y'all got way too many dangling days on the end of the month. I still have friends who do that, but I don't.
Yeah, and that's the thing is they're adding days in each month. So like that's definitely gonna mess up a lot of things because it's not counted each month. It's each
right.
year supposed to do these things. Yeah.
Well, see, that's still where I have the hang up of that. Essentially, our dangling date of the leap year. Why wouldn't it be tied with the lux so that it's not interfering with the creation week? If it's day 366, it should be right after the lux, and then you start your day 1, 2, 3, your creation week count.
Yeah, and I get that. I understand that. And that was my theory as well. But when we look at it, it's going to be the markers in heaven. When Yahuwah puts it as coming in on March 19th, that's like a marker in the heaven. So if we're putting it before the marker, like, that would be wrong. Or if we're putting it after the marker, that would be wrong. It's just, I'm just trying to go off the signs in the heavens. I don't know why they would be split up like that. Probably just because, the same reason we have a head of weeks and a head of months.
Well, see, that's
like maybe,
where you just said that about, I see what you're saying, but being on the 19th, but that's on the 19th because that's when we see it. That doesn't mean that's when he placed it, because just like day 365 being a day out, or the divider day, that's another division day. And why would he break his 7 days, his creation week? Why? I mean, that could be, you have your equal lux, and you're going to have this other day, and then you have it.
And so that's what we got to get out of our head. It's not breaking up the weeks, because these days they're not counted. So it's not breaking up things. It's just bringing in the things like faith. And I get it. Some people have a hard time with understanding that. It took a minute for me to understand. I still try to wrap my head around it.
Okay, I'm going to pull yours up so I can see what you're seeing. I got your calendar here.
Last week, our discussion, we were talking about Ezekiel and how he was showing in there, it's Ezekiel and Amos. And he's talking about, for the gates to be open on, the heads of the months and the Sabbath days. And then in Amos, he's talking about how the Israelites were complaining, when they say new moon, but of course we know that this means new month or head of month. Talking about one of the 4 seasonal months. But they say, when's this day going to be over? When's the Sabbath going to be over? So we can buy and sell and so forth. So it's just more of those breadcrumbs we're trying to put together to show, these 4 heads of months that Noah ordained as festivals. They're also going to be considered Sabbath days, just like a festival day, like a Sabbath day.
Okay. All right. So I've got your layout here, and I'm watching your days. And all right, there's day 28. There's your last Sabbath, and then you're coming over here. Then you have your day, your equinox, your day, your divider day, which is not counted which is March 16th, but it's not counted in his calendar. So you're going from day 28, essentially skip a day, then day 29, day 30, and then day 31, which would be, see, that's where I have like 29, 30, 31. So then you have, that matches up if you're not counting the equinox on a regular year, because you have your day 1 would be March 17th, 18th, 19th, and you're going on. But when you have a leap year, if you're not counting, so March 17th is day 1, March 18th, day 2. If you don't count the 19th, then your day 3 skips over your night, you know what I mean? You're skipping a day there. And I'm sitting here looking at your calendar, and you're saying, well, you wouldn't count that day. I don't see how
Yeah, so again, that's when the marker in heaven is. If you want to move that day until to the day after the other divider day, that's fine. We're still gonna get day 4 on March 20th, no matter what. So that's why I'm saying, the important factor is day 4 in the whole
you're just
equation.
saying where it winds up.
Yeah, so the marker in heaven is when it's falling on March 19th. That's what I'm saying. That's when the marker is.
Okay.
So I mean, you could place it before the marker. Sure, we're still going to end up with the same days at the same time, because it's still going to move it to March 20th.
Yeah, I guess just in my mentality of not breaking up that creation week is where that gets me stuck, as far as putting that on,
Well,
later
here's
in
an
the
easy
week.
way that I understand the whole
Okay.
thing about not breaking up the creation week. There's 365.25 days in a solar year, correct?
Correct.
We experience all of those days, and the 0.25 adds up to a leap year. Every single year, we have to account for those days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. His calendar is 364 days. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Subtract. What do you get?
A day and a quarter.
Correct. There is your day that's not counted, because it's not counted in the year, his year. But we still have to experience it.
Yes.
And it divides day 1 from day 364.
Okay, that one I can see. It's the and I get the math part of it. It's more of where it's placed, and like he said, it may not make that much of a difference, because if you wind up on day 4 being your head, then there you go.
Right?
Real quick, y'all was you were talking about the, oh goodness, Mary, 30 days, 5 years equals the 6 days in excess, the sun in excess. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Can you do that math for me real quick?
So you just divide 6 by 5. So 6 divided by 5, and you get 1.2. And that's per Enoch 7411.
So you're doing the 6 days. Why are you doing the 6 days divided by 5? Maybe I need a little more.
So what is he explaining there? He's saying 6 days there's going to be an excess of 6 days of the sun and stars that happens in 5 years.
Yep.
So because Yahuwah doesn't work off fractions, they didn't really work off fractions back then because they didn't know what they were. He's just giving us a math equation. So modern day, we do know fractions and decimals and so forth. So when we do that math, we can see that's where we're getting the solar cycle of that 365.25 days a year. They're basically what they do in modern times. They're going off exactly what Enoch said.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading. And for some reason, my head does not want to do that math. I like math. Math does not like me.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so you're doing. So I hate word problems is the thing. So we've got the 364 in a year. We've got all days. We got all the days belonging to each year of those 5 years, because there's 30 days in those 5 years. So 5 into 36, right? So then you're doing your 6
So the
days
30
in
days,
each of the 5.
yeah. So the 30 days he's talking about in that verse, he's talking about the moon, because just before that, he's talking about how the moon's going to have that extra 30 days in 5 years or whatever it is.
Oh no,
The
this
math,
is the sun. It says at those
yeah,
times there's an excess of 30 days belonging to the sun in 5 years. An excess of the moon,
yeah.
right?
So
Okay,
that's talking
that's
about
what I thought.
how the moon's going to be off by that much. So the math we're looking at is when he's talking about in the 6 days in 5 years, like of the excess of the sun and stars.
Right.
So dividing that up, when you divide 6 by 5, it equals 1.2. That's going to be this one and a quarter days we get excess each year. And so when we use just one of these days, because a quarter of a day doesn't happen, like we don't just get a quarter of a day and then it's the next day. So we have to take that 0.25 that still adds up, and it's going to equal another day. And that's what they do on the Gregorian calendar as well. Is that's when they're adding the 29th day in February, because
Right.
February it only has 28 days usually.
Yeah, which
So
really is when you read about the moon, and it has 30 and 29 and 1 28-day cycle in the year. And I've
yeah,
asked my friends who do the lunar, who do the full moon, and they do all these charts and everything. And I'm like, okay, so where's your 28-day month?
yeah,
If you're going by Enoch, he says 30, 29, and 128. Where's your 28? No one can ever explain it.
exactly. That's actually what we were discussing a couple weeks ago, I think. When it's saying, oh, the moon's off by 10 days, well, if you actually look at it, it's off by 11 days. And then about every 4 years, it's going to be off by 12 days. But Enoch counts it as only 10 days. And this is actually correlating with these divider days, these days at a time.
So
And
it must be an average.
yeah. So what it kind of shows is these divider days, they do happen in that cycle, but when you take them out, it's only going to be this 10-day discrepancy there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So on an
It's
average, it
actually,
would be this, but in actuality,
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. I see little things like that. And I'm like, okay, show me that then. Like, hey, you can't
Yeah,
pick and choose what you're going to take out of here. You're either taking the whole thing or, leave it alone.
precisely. Yeah, that's what we try to do. We just try to go by what the scriptures is saying. We get, there's these scholars and articles and so forth that they're saying they're trying to correlate day 4 with the Wednesday. And, we were all there as well. It's still even tough for me at times to try and accept, hey, this next year it's going to be a Sunday, that's Sabbath, and then the year after that a Monday and so forth. But I believe that's just the Babylon. You know, we're trying to get rid of Babylon,
Yeah,
and
my
they have
husband and I, we definitely saw, we were like, okay, we agree with it being a solar and all of that. And we agree that Zadok should, the priests are the one that we're leading and will be leading. And it's like, so we'll go with this. But my question was always, why are you sticking it to Saturday? You're making it fit Saturday Sabbath. If they're not correct at all, why do you make this fit to their Sabbath?
And that was all of our questions in this group as well. You know, why are we doing this to fit a Sabbath?
Like if you come out of the church, or like the church says, oh, we're not Catholic. Well, if you're sitting there doing Lent, you're definitely still Catholic. If you're keeping Sunday, you're definitely still Catholic.
Exactly. It's like that same concept. And that's what we all notice is, you know, everybody, they're falling either way ahead of the markers and then drifting back towards it until, you know, it lands on the marker and then they're going way ahead of it again. Mm-hmm. Or they either drift behind the markers each year. But this is the method that keeps every single year hitting the marks. You know, and that's what we're told to do. We're supposed to hit the marks.
Yeah.
And these markers are these heavenly signs. And some of it can be difficult to understand at first. It's because, you know, we have that Babylon training and thinking. But once we get past that and we can see, then it makes a whole lot of sense, you know. And then,
so, like when what's her name, Erin talks about days out of time, I think the day in excess of calendar, day out of time. I get what she's saying, and that's what they are in a way. But some people, when they start, oh well, you're just not, you can't not count a day and stuff like that. It's like, it's all in the wording. If it's worded that way, then why wouldn't you follow it that way? So
yeah, and that's the hard part too. Is, you know, we're trained to be counting every single day, but in reality, there's this day that's not counted. So
not according to his 364 versus the solar cycle. His calendar's 364, but the solar cycle is not. I mean, it makes sense to me. I have to wrap my brain around that leap year day. So if you will, because I agree on how this is laid out and stuff, I do still question the equinox dates. Only because I don't trust them as far as I could throw them. And that woman that I posted the video about, she does bring up some very interesting points that I think all of y'all would find interesting as well. So if you wouldn't mind, please, I mean, you could probably listen to the first 20 minutes of it and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
What's her name? I need to know her name.
Oh, it's on, I posted it on the group.
I know I didn't get to it, but what do you know her name? Because that might solve a whole lot of problems right here and right now.
Angela Theon.
Okay, I never heard of her.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I mean, I've been through the ringer with so many different ladies here. So,
me too.
like, you know, so many, and I have been through. But we'll definitely test it out. My retrieval memory is not good. So you said you posted it to this chat.
It's in the general discussion. It's a Zadok Calendar Breakthrough, episode 2.
Where is it? Why can't I even find the discussion? Okay, here we go. Oh, we have a lot going on here. Oh my gosh, there's so much.
Yeah, I didn't see y'all were posting the sundial thing, so I had posted them in here. And so it's right above my little chicken scratch yellow thing. The Zadok Calendar Breakthrough.
Yeah, it's on the other group.
Oh, is it in the other one?
Yeah, it's in the other group. Yeah.
You want me to put it in that one, in the one we're on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to find your shirt, sis.
There you go.
All right. That's Dr. Jackson Snyder.
Right. Right. But the woman, she's
Now,
bringing something to them.
let's see if I commented in here, because I'm on the line with Dr. Jackson Snyder, and he's one of my victims, I should say. No, I'm kidding. He's definitely one of the guys. Like, I have Tim Schwab, I have a whole bunch that I'm going back and forth with. So, I do believe that I've seen this, but for some reason, I didn't. So,
Part 1 had a lot of audio problems. And so they did a part 2. And the part 2, they didn't catch the very beginning of it. So it comes in where she's talking about.
Wait a minute. Is this the girl with either a Ruth or Allison tag teaming?
No, she was by herself. I don't know a Ruth.
Okay,
She was by herself, and she had talked to him, and he asked her to come on, and so she did. And the first one had a lot of audio issues, and so they had her come back.
I kind of feel like I watched the first one.
She has a lot of information about, oh goodness, what is it? Not Gregorian, the Julian dates, and and a Hebrew celebration that they've been celebrating all along and still do to this day. I think it's every 28 years. She says the name of it, and I looked it up, and it's true. And it is the day that they celebrate the coming of the sun and the moon and the stars. That is their day. That is their day one. And it is April 2nd, I think. Don't quote me on that. I think it's either the 1st or the 2nd. But that's every, I think, 28 years they celebrate it, or 26, something like that. You'll hear it. It's early in. It's only, I think, like, she talks about the Julian dates and how it was changed and stuff. And they're asking questions. They're in the discussion portion. Yeah, I wish they had rebroadcast her actual presentation, because she made a lot of really good points.
Yeah, because I think on the Julian calendar, April 1st was their start of the year, which is where April Fool's comes from. Because when they switched, people were still observing, April 1st as the start of the year.
Well, no, it corresponded. She said there's like 17 days difference between the Gregorian and the Julian, and I think she says hers was winding up around the 7th or 8th, or the Sabbath was the 7th and 8th. I'm not sure. You have to listen to her, but because you know how it is when you listen to so much, but. That starts, I think she said the first day was like either the 1st or 2nd of April that she found, because Julian Day 321 is what if I'm not mistaken, Julian Day 321, I think, is when they said the equinox was, and then they changed it to March 21, making it Gregorian 321 instead. You have to listen to it, because I'm probably telling you wrong. But she makes some very interesting points, and that celebration that they do every 28 years, bringing in celebrating day 4 of creation, essentially, the luminaries being placed, that's what they're celebrating, is a thing. They have been doing this forever and a day and still are doing it. Because I looked that up, and I was like, what the heck is she talking about? So just some interesting information there. And I'd like y'all's opinion on it, because, I know y'all do your research.
We'll definitely test it for sure.
Yeah, because my husband and I, we got to decide, because he's got to turn this in this week. And we've been researching and reading, and I mean, of course, this is like my ongoing project all the time, but just trying to make that call this year, you know.
Don't touch it.
So, well, guys, thank y'all very much. I have thoroughly enjoyed this.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I hope everyone had a nice Shabbat.
It was interesting, that's for sure.
Oh boy. Always.
Them
Always.
flames were fanning there for a little bit. It's like, oh
I was
boy.
a little hot. Yeah, he ruffled my feathers.
Yeah.
I just honestly, I'm the type of person that if you're going to say something, you need to back it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if it's not backed up, you've got nothing. Like, I don't know, it's just not fair if you're going to say something and not explain yourself. Or prove it. We're supposed to prove all things. You come out with a statement, and I noticed a lot of gaslighting going on, and I really wasn't wanting to have it.
I think more because he kept saying he didn't want to get into it. He didn't want to get into it, but he did say things. But I think the main thing for me was the argument to the cutting everybody off. I mean, the information, I would have loved to hear his information.
Sure.
But,
when you can't provide it, and then all of a sudden your phone wants to die in the middle of it, like you don't have a charger? Come on.
Yeah.
No. He just obviously couldn't answer anyone's questions. And, Lee, if you're listening to this now, look, you need to back up what you say. You cannot just drop bombs and say, oh, well, why don't you just go and test this and drag us through the mud. It was like pulling teeth to try to get him to say, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? And it's like, no.
I think he had information that he knew would probably be contentious, and he didn't want to stir up anything, maybe. So that's where you're correct. If you're not going to back it up, then you shouldn't bring it up. But I think maybe he was testing the waters to see, who would be interested in his information or, thought differently like he does.
Yeah. I think it became apparent at the end there before he bowed out why he didn't want to go into detail and share. It's because he doesn't use the Mazarath solely for the markers. He uses, the plants, the crops, and he knows that we don't go by that. That's a Jewish thing, and we're not going to do it. And that's probably why he didn't want to get into it.
Could be, but he made some good points.
Yeah, he did. He made us think, and he made us search and study. And it's interesting, whenever there's disagreement, it always sends, at least for me, it always sends me to the scriptures searching. And it, I may prove it one way or the other in the end, but during the process, there's always so much to learn. So we can be grateful for that.
Yeah.
And that was the thing too, is, in Enoch, especially, is talking about how the sun and the stars, they're going to bring in the year.
Because you're thirsty.
What we were reading there in that PDF of the Testament of the 12s earlier, it's talking about, the sun and the stars. And that's what we have. We have the sun marker and the star markers to show, it's backing up what we're saying. And it's not something, we can't just manipulate a star chart and say, oh, look, it's going to fit what we're saying. It's actually what we found in the stars. I shouldn't say we, it's what Marissa mostly found. Because she does a lot of work on that. But,
Marissa, what state are you in?
Missouri,
Marissa,
I believe.
are you in Missouri, did you say?
Yeah, I believe it's Missouri.
I think I spoke to her on the side once.
Yeah, she's in Missouri.
Okay, yeah, but she's like 4 hours from us. Because I was like, ooh, maybe we can meet up and, have a lunch sometime. But
I think her and Miranda and Jennifer are going to actually meet up soon. So jump in on that.
I would love to. That would be awesome.
I just drove 15 hours to Florida. 4 hours is nothing. To drive 15 hours home.
I know that feeling. You go
Yeah.
from Kansas down to South Mississippi, you know, that ain't no day drive.
No.
Yeah.
Used to be when we were young.
Yeah. Now it takes 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you check in with them and see what you girls could come up with.
That'd be cool. All right. Well, thank y'all very much. Y'all have a great
Yeah,
week. Please
thank
let me
you
know what
for
you think on that info.
yeah, for sure. Thank you for joining and sharing.
All right. Y'all take it easy.
Yeah, shalom.
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 Does anybody else have any questions or anything else they would like to add?
We might have put everyone to sleep at this point.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just had it
Right.
muted.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, it's not muted. Okay. Yeah, that was an interesting discussion. Do you think there's anything to what he's saying? From what we did have we've been in discussion for over 6 hours. And at least an hour or two of that was discussion of his stuff. And I think we've come to some conclusions on that. Of course, we're always studying, and like Katrina said earlier, always willing to be wrong. Else, how will we ever learn? If we think we've arrived and we have all understanding, then there's nothing more that the Father can teach us.
well, here's my thing. If he, has some details that are in the scripture or anything about the calendar, then wouldn't he be so excited to share, just like
Yeah.
we are, our findings? Why is it a secret? Why did he spend 4 hours on the phone with us and not say a word until we started actually asking him, well, when do you start? That's kind
Yeah,
of sketchy
exactly.
to me. So does he have anything? I don't know. All I know is he couldn't answer a single question, really. Well, not a single. I don't want to over exaggerate, but he couldn't answer any questions.
And the few questions he did answer, that was enough for me to decide I'm not going down that path. I am not going to use scriptures taken out of context. I'm not going to use for markers something that was never given to us as a marker. We should use the calendar to figure out when to do our planting, but not figure out the calendar according to planting.
There you go. Beautifully
You know?
said.
Like we have a lot of things we agree on. He wants to line it up with Saturday Sabbath. I think that's a lot of people's problems, and I get it. It can be hard to understand. There's some things that can seem confusing at first, but when you really look at it, it's not confusing at all.
Well, if we can just get it through their head that the Saturday Sabbath only is according to a false calendar that came out of Rome from the pit of hell, basically. And that calendar, from what some of us believe to be the millennial kingdom ended, that calendar came out right after that. If we're correct on, our calculations. But so much happened in the mid to late 1500s.
That's true.
And, that calendar cropped up, and that's when the genocides of the believers began happening, and so many massacres were occurring. Of course, we've been told it was Protestants against Catholics, but from what I've been able to gather, it's it was Satan's minions against the believers of the Most High.
Yeah, I would agree. And yeah, I'm interested in his information. I want him to have a chance to present it. maybe he felt on the spot or something and was just getting riled up as well. But
Well,
you know,
I'm sure.
I want to take a look at what he's got and just see, and then, you know, I do. It was the plan to test all these things out for ourselves.
Yeah.
It's just what he
Well,
was saying was kind of confirming what we have already established just by him saying, you know, the equinox happened March 19th last year. And that's correlating with exactly what we're
yeah.
presenting here.
That was my thoughts exactly. It's confirmation. But to tell us, well, we have to figure it out ourselves by keeping um, our own marker for the equinox. And how many years is that going to take? Well, we don't have that many years. How about share with us what you have found out already?
To me, that was pretty unfair. I'm just going to call it out for what it is. I know people want to be jealous. I'm not, or not jealous, gentle. I know people want to be gentle with it. I don't think that's fair. Yeah.
What?
You can't
What?
come out and say, "Oh, you guys have to figure it out for yourself." But don't
Exactly.
worry, we don't have a lot of years left. Excuse me? What?
I mean,
That's not nice. That's not even a nice thing to do.
yeah.
So I'm not
You
going to be gentle
now
about it.
that we're learning how to figure it out, I'm going to start this year, charting it on my own. I'm all for that, but I want to know now what are the correct Shabbats and what are the correct feast days. And we're hoping that we have figured it out, hoping that we have it right. But I don't want to wait 5 or 10 years of mapping out the sun equinoxes to figure something out. And come to find out, he doesn't even start, the year or the month on the equinox. No, that's not even what he's doing. So,
Yeah, exactly.
but if he joins us again, maybe he'll come with, more information. But I heard enough today to disqualify it in my mind. I think we should still be searching, but I think he already disqualified himself.
I kind of agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Yeah,
that may sound harsh, but that's how I feel.
Yep, we have to prove all things. There's something that I don't know, we have to look it up or go to Jeremy. No.
Yeah.
I go to Jeremy for everything. But he proves all things. He has an answer for everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If he doesn't, he's going to look for it and he's going to provide it to you. He's not going to say, well, give me about 14 days so I could draft up a, 3-hour long. No, he's going to give it to you.
Right.
Just like he's made a few articles already, and the information just keeps coming out. And he's like, okay, here is what I found on that. And if he's talking to you personally, he's going to rant off that whole article. That's what we should be doing, giving the people what they ask. Like I just asked somebody today, just recently, I think I sent you guys a screenshot. I just want to know in scripture, how do you move the equinox and intercalate? Where is this in scripture? And you know what I was met with? Oh, well, where is there an equinox in scripture? A gaslight question. It's like, what? You can't provide the information that you're standing on. You can't provide that information. So why are you standing on it? Doesn't that give you a red flag? Like you cannot provide the information. What?
Yeah. And what we're talking about earlier, we have the proof in the stars, the markers in the stars. we have the markers in the heavens, of the sun. We have all these markers that we're told in scriptures are going to mark these things. And we went over all the verses at the very beginning of all these verses that show these markers and why we should be following them. And if we're waiting until a Wednesday, we're saying, oh, well, these markers are just, there's a sign of when something's going to happen. Well, yeah, when we read the Dead Sea Scrolls, when that something is going to happen is called the Tekufa, and it's always going to be on day 4. Literally, according to the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Tekufa is the equinox. Sorry.
That is such an amazing revelation. And I'd never heard of that until this year, tell you guys, actually. It makes sense, yes.
Because, they're the ones. Sorry,
Yah's not going to keep us. Yah's not going to keep us in the dark about this. Just like I heard, some of you may have seen John Truth on Instagram. He's a young man who likes to teach about the names of the Father and the Son and other stuff. I think he's pretty good. But he showed there was this YouTube teacher that was teaching. There's no way we can know the names of the Father or the Son. It's too confusing and blah, blah, blah. And John proved to him with just a couple scriptures how that's not true. So, with the scriptures that y'all have found in Enoch and Jubilees and the scrolls and stuff, it can be proven. We don't have to live in confusion or doubt.
Yeah, precisely.
And we certainly don't have to live in deception.
Yeah.
We're all learning truth bombs constantly. And it's fun, isn't it, Katrina? I love what you said earlier. What truth bomb is going to be dropped on us tomorrow? I can't wait.
Yeah.
All things, there's a lot of scriptures that are pointing to, this division, this yearly divider day that happened. And there's no getting around it.
Yeah.
Really no allusion to adding 7 days to every year.
Yep.
No matter what people try to pull out, even that verse about, the priest waiting 7 days. Well, we were just discussing how, there's a period of 7 days that you have to wait to be clean and so forth and things like that. I was looking for a date, like on this day of this month or so forth, anywhere in there, and it doesn't really say that. It's just giving a general, 7-day count. It's not a, hey, start this on day 1 and then you count 7 days. It's just a general 7-day count, like the marching around Jericho. Just a general 7-day count. It could have started any day of the week. Yeah, go ahead. Did you have a question?
Oh, no, that was just me coughing.
I didn't hear the cough. I heard it. Excuse me.
Something that Lee did bring up regarding us guys here in Australia and how we should take it from our spring equinox. Look, I don't know the truth on the matter, but when he's, in Jubilees it says the angels, I think, said to, is it Moses? Said,
Can you talk louder, hon?
Yeah, it sounds
Sorry.
like you're covering your phone.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Much.
Okay. So, the angels in heaven, they all celebrate the feasts and the Shabbat all on the same day. Like, I don't see how we can do it twice a year. So you guys do it, in your spring, and then we do it in our spring. That would mean it happens twice a year. And I don't think that is meant to be. I think it's all meant to come from where Jerusalem was placed.
I agree with you.
where the equinox was or is seen in his set apart place. And
I'm
we just have to go with, even though, yes, we live in a place of dispersion and everything like that, and we have technology now. We didn't, obviously, they didn't have it then, but I think Australia was closer to the land in the right time zones many thousands, hundreds of years ago. So
What was that?
we're
Can
just
you
doing
repeat that? Can you repeat that? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Can you turn up the percentage of how you can hear me? If you click on my name,
it's
Yeah.
not you, like, or it's not that. It's not the volume. It just sounds like you're going like this away from
You
your phone and coming back and going
you're
away
going in and out.
like that.
oh,
It just sounds like it's
sorry.
kind of your phone rather than the volume.
Yeah, it's in and out.
It could be.
Okay, sorry. I'm actually 10 centimeters away from the base of my phone, so I can't make it any higher. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think it's just it could be the signal as well.
Okay, I'm so far away in Australia.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know
I
what
would
part
agree.
you didn't hear.
So basically, I would agree with what you're saying. I think that's what Brother Lee was bringing up. Is because we have our spring here in the north is going to be actually your fall down there in the south. But we are commanded to observe the feast at the same time as they're doing in heaven. And it's going to be certain festivals that are going on that they're observing. And it was written for, where Israel is in that
Yeah.
part of the land. So yeah, I would tend to agree with you because, even though it's different seasons, we're still supposed to observe them at the same time as they're doing in the heaven.
That's what I am thinking. And so even though we have technology, can you hear me now a bit better? Can you guys hear me?
It's really, really quiet.
We can't hear you at all now.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. I don't know how to make it better.
No worries.
Anyway, you
Yeah,
know
it's
what I was saying.
yeah. I got what you were saying.
No, I completely agree with that, and I'm so glad you brought that up.
And the reason why
Yeah, because
the reason why I didn't bring it up also when Lee was talking, because he does tend to interrupt, and it would be hard to get a full sentence or a couple of sentences out without.
I called him out on that.
Yeah, I did hear that. Thank you.
It didn't work. It didn't work, but I did try. I did call him out on that.
It never works on people that interrupt a lot. It just doesn't.
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm willing to see what information he's got and what he says about the priestly cycles. I was interested in hearing about that because he was agreeing, it's not the priestly cycles aren't going off moon phases. So I was interested in what he had to say about that.
Yeah,
I
that
want to
would be
also
interesting.
take a look. Yeah. I wanted to take a look at his data too on when he's getting the equinoxes. Because he was saying it sometimes falls on the 21st. That's not that's not what I've seen from like Aaron or anybody else that's tracked it. I
He's the
don't
only
see
one
that.
I've ever heard say that.
Yeah. So
So we
that
got to
was,
see the data.
yeah, we get that data and then, track it for ourselves and see, is that really true or is that just some kind of mistake that was made. Because even on, the U.S. Naval Tracker, it doesn't ever show it on the 21st. It actually shows it always on March 20th. But we know that's not always true either, because it does fall on the 19th. And yeah, I do agree. These are things we should be tracking ourselves just to see, so
Yeah.
we're not getting full of this information or that information that we're getting off someone else. It's something we're tracking ourselves and we can verify. Yeah, I'm actually really interested in recording it. But I do want to see his data and see what he's got, see if there's some kind of patterns. I'm interested in what he says the priestly cycles are going by, because that's what I was thinking too. If he's saying it's going by, when the moon's setting and rising with the sun and so forth, that's one of the thoughts I had as well, because that's basically what Enoch says. And it's not going to be a certain phase of the moon. It's just going to be whenever they're rising and setting together. So it could be any phase.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Something to consider on that is where Enoch says how he looked back and he saw the sun in the east, sun rising in the east, the moon setting in the west, and a few stars, just like it was in the beginning. I think that's where it comes back to it being a full moon. Just on that alone, as far as it was in the beginning, and if that's how he set it, set his priestly cycle according to how he set it in the beginning, that kind of makes sense. Not saying that it says full moon, but if they are correlating it with the moon and the sun in the same gate, and that they're seeing each other and the moon is witnessing the sun coming up in that gate, I think, to me, that's the biggest moon witness there is, because you have to have a full moon for that to happen. The full moon does not set before the sun rises on that day. What is the word I'm looking for? Opposition. So you have oppositions throughout the year, but for that time, for that sign of the equinox, then the moon witnessing the sun rising on that day in particular, does correlate with it has to be a full moon for it to witness the sun rising, and be, that's also in the same gate. They're both in the same gate on that day.
Yeah, so I get that we have seen that, but the thing is, if it's not going to line up to exactly 6 years, and it's not going to line up to exactly the 294-year cycle, I think, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all the information Marissa was gathering.
Is that where that 6556 is? Because when I did the priestly cycle, I was seeing a pattern, something like that. So where it looks like it's every 6 years, but it's actually sooner than that. Maybe it may correlate with that instead.
Yeah, so that's what she was finding, is the 6565 pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is they don't have a 5-year pattern in there. It's always just a 6-year pattern.
Well, I wonder if how the Shemitah is in the Jubilee, your Shemitah is year 7, but it's the first year of your priestly cycle. So your 6 years are going continuously, but your number 1 is also your number 7. Have y'all seen that?
There's a double 6 in there, though. It's not always 6-5.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I saw 6556. So then it would be 66556 6.
Is that with the week intercalation or with the moon cycles?
I think that was when I was going along with the DSS, and it was showing the moon, the moon rising evening to morning. So I was going off moon. which is what it looks like to me for that. Which cycle just depends
So,
on.
like, what do we do with the double sixes?
I don't know. I do not know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was seeing that those numbers come up in there too, and I'm like, what is this? If it's supposed to be every 6 years, but maybe I was just thinking out of the box. Well, what if it means like your year one's your year 7? How does that work? You know, if there's some kind of pattern like that, like there is with the Jubilee and with the Shemitah years, it's your Jubilee, your year 50 is year 1 of your next 49-year cycle. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if maybe something like that had to do with it.
I mean, we are trying to figure out exactly what the moon is witnessing for. Like, we know for sure it's not calculating months. We know for sure it's not marking, the festival days, but it can be a witness to these things. Just like we've seen this last year, we had the eclipses on Passover and Sukkot, and then the harvest moon was on the Day of Trumpets as well. But of course, it's not going to do that every single year, and we know that. So we are trying to figure out what the moon is for. We know it's used for something, and it's used to calculate things. Like we were reading today about, the harvest, planting times, and so forth.
Well, that's where I keep coming back to also the fall equinox has to play a part too. And that's where when what's his name, Lee said that about the head of the year, because you have the head of the year and the head of the month. So I'm like, well, that kind of makes a sort of sense, because they would start their planting there and stuff, and historically that was the head of the year. And then after Exodus, it became the head of the months in spring. So that's where I'm with you guys on that. It's got to mean something. It can't just be hanging out there. He wouldn't give it to us without a reason.
Yeah.
Because I'd asked in the thing, how do y'all figure the equinox? Because the equinox, that's, you go out and you can measure it. How do you measure for the equinox?
So it's actually on the Qumran sundial. There's a little marker there, and it kind of has these like 2 curves on each side, and then the straight line in the middle, kind of showing the equal on both sides kind of deal. But we're thinking, that's how they tracked it, is when they line up the sundial to the equinox, in that next year it's going to mark the equilux as well on that little marker, because it's literally right there, basically in line almost with the equinox marker. It's just slightly off. So the equilux, which is the equal day and equal night, it's going to happen a few days before the equinox. So in Jerusalem, especially with the sundial, if you're able to track the times, you can know when it's going to be equal day and an equal night. And it's the same thing, in Jerusalem, that's where Qumran is, that's where the sons of Zadok were. And even right there in Egypt as well, it's going to be basically the same within that geological location, to where the equilux is going to fall on the same day, even there.
Okay, but if you had no clue and you're just measuring, how would you measure it? If you had no reference.
So yeah. So that goes back to, if we're on a desert island,
yeah,
and if we only had sticks and rocks, we can find day 4. So as long as we know where day 4 is going to be, because day 4 can be seen all across the earth at the same time. So if we know when that is, we can get our year situated correctly. So all we would have to do is count backwards from that, and we would get the head of the week. So it's not the equal lux. Well, it is important, but it's the major factor is, marking day 4, because that is literally going to mark day 4, and that's going to mark, the head of the months. That's when everything's going to start being tracked. As
So
long as we have,
essentially, you find the equinox and then you find the equilux.
yeah, precisely. And yeah, I get it. They didn't have computers and like modern technology back then, as we know today. So they couldn't be like, in Australia or whatever, and then go on their phone and look up, hey, when's the equinox? So they couldn't do anything like that. We get it, but most of the people, they were in that, that area right there in the Middle East. Like that's where a lot of civilization was, in Egypt, Europe, Asia, and so forth. That's where a lot of civilization is still to this day. Like that's where the majority of it is. And that's not saying, there wasn't anybody in all these other lands, because there obviously was. But I think they knew, if this is why we see all these ancient civilizations, they're tracking when the equinox is. They have all these, pillars and stones, and even the pyramids, they line up right with Orion's belt, and it's showing
Yeah.
these basically star formations that are going to happen, like when Orion's belt's coming directly over them. I think they knew how to read the heavens, and they knew how to read the stars much better than we know today, because it's been twisted today. It's been twisted, and they call it the zodiac, and they use it to make horoscopes and so forth. That's not what it's intended for. What they were intended for is to tell us, when the year's coming in, and the signs of the times. That's how the Magi, they knew Messiah was being born, because they saw the signs in the stars, and they knew what star was what. Versus today, we don't know what star is what. We just know these stars are up there. Not to mention, they got all the light pollution. You really can't see the entire sky, like where I'm at right now. I'm in Phoenix. There's so much light pollution. All I can see right now is the moon and that planet that's next to the moon. I don't see
Yeah.
any other stars.
Mm.
It's
And everything in our Christian world has steered us away from looking at the stars, sun, and moon. We're taught that it's the zodiac and that's evil, and everything about that.
yeah.
So it's hard for Christians to consider any of this because of that indoctrination.
Yeah, precisely. And that's what they do. They cover up the stars, they hide them. They cause us to forget these names. In the book of Enoch, he's talking about the leaders of the stars and how they have names. And this star is going to come in first, and then this star is coming in. And we've lost the information on what stars are these. Exactly that Enoch's talking about. And not to mention, they cover it up with the light pollution and clouds and all kinds of stuff just to get us to not see them. And I mean, I'm sure in the middle of the ocean where there's no light pollution and things like that, you could probably see a lot of the stars. And that's what actually they did a lot of their navigation off that as well, using Polaris or the North Star to know exactly where North was and know how the constellations work so they can navigate, not get lost at sea when they're traveling at night. Because you can't exactly like park a boat in the middle of the ocean and it's going to stay there. Unless you have an anchor, a really long chain, and so forth. But most of the time, if they were in the deep ocean, They're not going to drop an anchor where the ocean's like 2 miles deep. They only have a chain that's like 1,000 feet. It's not going to make it. So you had to keep sailing. And that's how they navigated at night, is by the stars. So the stars and the sun and all it's just like Psalm 19 says, they have words and they're speaking, but they don't have a voice. What they're speaking is the signs of the times, the signs of the year, and these things like that. That's why they're important to use, especially when it comes to the calendar, because these certain stars are rising on certain days in the calendar. And especially when we see, the sun rising exactly with Pisces on like March 16th, March 20th, and so forth. We have all these different sign markers that are in the heavens that not only correlate with, the head of the weeks, but the head of the months as well, which all comes together as, the head of the year. But we see these two signs, and because these two events are separate, which are marking these two heads of the year, basically the head of the weeks, the head of months. I mean, it could be because of sin that they're separated like that, because maybe originally, the equilux and the equinox was all supposed to be the same day. It was supposed to start all together. Maybe something happened and it drifted. I don't know. There's not a whole lot that goes into detail about that. But we do see, these events, they do happen on each side of the year, in the spring and the fall. There's just a lot we've been lied to about, especially a history, calendar.
I know all the unlearning is just in. Sometimes it seems undaunting, but yet if we look at it, that it's fun to discover their lies and learn Yah's truth. It's
Oh, yeah.
not so undaunting. It makes you mad that they've lied so much and they've deceived so many people for so long. I mean, it's just maddening, but their end is coming.
Truly. And yeah, they're going to face the consequences for leading people astray like that. And it's the ones who know what they're doing. It's the ones who know they're in error, but they're teaching. Just like the Pharisees with Messiah, they knew they were in error because Messiah was proving they were in error, and that's why he says, Father, forgive them not, for they know what they do. Because they know exactly what they're doing. They're deceiving, lying, and cheating on purpose, and they're deceiving the masses as they're doing these things. So these people who don't know, they're just going to follow these guys because, he's a rabbi, I should listen to him. He knows what's best. And it's the same thing, with Pastor Porkchop or, this preacher or that preacher. It's all these people who are deceiving the masses, they're going to have to answer to it for what they're doing to Yahuwah. The ones, especially the ones who are self-proclaiming themselves as teachers, ones who know it all. I don't ever proclaim to be a teacher. I just want to discuss things and show through scriptures why I come to these conclusions and these beliefs I have, and it's because of what the Bible says. And, test everything everyone says. And that's always been my motto, Don't follow any man, don't follow me, just test it to his word. I'm just showing you what I've found, and my doing the same, I'm not trying to be a teacher. I'm not saying, follow this or else. What I'm saying is what we have found through scriptures, is pretty solid evidence. I think it's really amazing what Yahuwah shows. Oh man,
That is for sure.
I got 2 minutes left of the recording, so another 4 hours.
Well, bedtime is looming. Well, it has loomed. Mm.
And then my phone loses signal randomly again. But yeah, does anybody else have any questions or anything else they would like to discuss?
I think all of us are in deep thought.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you. Long day today, guys.
I think my
Oop. We're not hearing you.
Well, I will say goodbye again. I just wanted to ask that about how you do your equinox, but thank y'all again. Y'all have a good evening.
Good night.
Good night.